Good afternoon. This meeting of the Napa Valley College Board of Trustees is now called to order at 4:35 p.m. We welcome members of the public. Instructions on making public comment are posted in item 1 on the agenda. We will ask at each item if there is public comment. Everyone who is expected to speak during the recognitions has received a link for access. All presenters should make sure their name appears so we can find you. So please remain muted with your video off until it's time to make your presentation. All right, Catherine, can you please do roll call?
Yes, and I just brought Trustee Shull in, so he is now here. Okay, Trustee Dodd has told us he would be late. Trustee Goff? Trustee Iverson?
Here.
Trustee Baldini?
Here.
Trustee DeLuna?
Here.
Oh, sorry, okay. Trustee Rios?
Here.
And Student Trustee Shull?
Here.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and Trustee Baker, you're here.
I'm here.
Okay.
So we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Why don't we have our student trustee as one of his final acts? Student Trustee Shull, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the
flag
of the United States, the public
for which it is
nation, indivisible, with
liberty and justice is for all.
Thank you very much. All right, so we are now moving on to 2.3, which is the adoption of the agenda. And I did want to request one quick change just so we can make our meeting flow a little bit easier. We've got 4.7. Can we move that to be 4.6 so that both of the faculty recognitions are next to each other?
I believe we're also pulling item 12. Bob Parker. I think we're pulling item 12.1, the potential lease of Upper Valley campus. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other changes to the agenda? If all agree with those two changes, then we can adopt via consensus. Okay. And moving on to 3.1, resolution honoring outgoing student trustee, Mr. Shull. We have a resolution for you, and I'm trying to find it. Before I do that, though, I just wanted to say thank you and wanted to hear a little bit maybe about what your plans are after tonight.
Absolutely. I've prepared a whole speech if you guys want to hear it.
Oh, well, goodness gracious, by all means.
My time as a student trustee was a strange one. While it might not have been the experience that I wanted with COVID and everything, I'm still tremendously happy that I took it. I would like to thank all my fellow trustees for being so welcoming, helpful, and collaborative during my term. I would also like to thank President Kraft for being accessible and willing to communicate throughout the duration of my term. Catherine Kittle, Kathy Wright, and Heather Richter also deserve a big thanks for their support of myself throughout this strange and uncertain year. I would like to thank Holly Dawson for all the work she's done and will continue to do with the Legislative Affairs Committee. And lastly, I would like to thank all the administrators, faculty, and cabinet members. I will be attending the drive-through ceremony on the 29th, as this is my last semester at NVC. And after that, I will be transferring to UC Davis to major in political science. UC Davis has long been my dream school, and I was lucky enough to get my transfer accepted, as well as receive several scholarships. I thank everyone for all that they have done for myself, but more importantly, all the work that I've done for the students of Napa Valley College. I wish you all nothing but the best. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Trustee Shull. I will be there on the 29th, so maybe we'll get to meet in person. It has been a very strange year, and our resolution, just to read a couple of things off of it, we recognize you recognize the importance of Napa Valley College's role in the statewide community college system, and you've made enthusiastic contributions as a member of the Legislative Affairs Committee. Although I have not been in any of those meetings, I know that Trustee Goff has talked about how very enthusiastic you are about that, and I could know why you're going into political science. So you've been influential among your peers, and you've had a strong desire to make an impact upon the world. Been instrumental in enhancing the student-centric focus of the board, asked thoughtful and provocative questions, and collaborated effectively with the associated students of Napa Valley College. So we are very pleased that you have spent this year with us in your little box, and we wish you well. And I need to get a motion to pass this resolution.
Trustee Baldini, so move.
Second by Enos.
All right, so a first from Trustee Baldini and a second from Trustee DeLuna. So thank you. And any discussion on this? Anybody want to add anything?
I'd just like to say thank you to Trustee Scholl and congratulate him on his acceptance to UC Davis. Being an Aggie, I'm really happy that he's going there. It's a great place. I'm sure your mom is very proud of you, and we're so happy that you joined us on the board and served the college as you did. So good luck in your endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and I heard a rumor that you actually have been granted a full scholarship, correct?
Yes, that is true.
Fantastic. I mean, I thought all Aggies were in Texas, so I was very surprised to find that there were Aggies in California as well. But
And I thought the exact reverse.
So we have a motion and we have a second. So let's see. Let's go through our little list here. Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
I don't believe Trustee Dodd is with us yet. Is Trustee Goff with us yet?
No.
No. All right then.
Yeah.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye. Congratulations, William.
Thank you.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye, and thank you, Trustee Scholl.
And this is weird. I have to actually ask you to vote on this. So Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
Very good. And then I as well will vote aye. So then we have a unanimous adoption of that resolution. Thank you so much, Trustee Scholl. And I hope to see you in person on the 29th.
Thank you, everyone. It's been an honor.
Okay. Let's see. Now we have 3.2. We have to go over our annual review and approval of privileges granted to the student trustee and included in board policy BP 2015, the student member. Do we have that up on screen?
Yes.
We do. Does anybody want to propose any changes, or are we good to adopt as is?
I move we adopt as is.
All right, then. So we have a motion from Trustee Rios. Do we have a second?
Second from Trustee Baldini.
Oh, thank you, Trustee Baldini. Any discussion? And we don't do we do public comment on these? Should we ask for public comment?
Might as well.
Do we have public comment?
No, we do not.
All righty then. Okay, kiddo. All right, so Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd is still not with us. Trustee Goff is still not with us. Trustee Iverson, how do you vote? Trustee Iverson?
Is it?
I heard
Aye.
you. There you go. Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
And student trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I also will vote aye, and that makes us unanimous. And I should note also, as we're moving into this next item, that although we're swearing in our new student trustee tonight, Trustee Scholl will be remaining with us through the end of this meeting. And so he's not officially off the hook until we adjourn. So now we can move on to item number 3.3, which is swearing in of student trustee. And Dr. Kraft, I think, is going to take over for us.
I am. I need to, let me see if I can see our new student trustee.
David Gonzalez, do you want to, I see your video, you need to unmute yourself.
Are you there, David?
Yep, I hear you. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I don't know whether you can see this oath that is up, but I'm going to say it, and then you're just going to repeat it after me, filling it in, and then we'll be all official. Okay. Okay. Please state your name.
I, David Soto Gonzalez,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties into which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties into which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, you are now a sworn student trustee at Napa Valley College.
Thank
We
you.
give you little waving hands. David, it's great to have you on board, and I'm sure our board is looking forward to working with you, and I certainly am, and cabinet as well, and all of our constituents.
Thank you. Can't wait to work with all you too.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll get to actually see you in person.
Okay.
I sure hope so. Heck. So let's see. We have 3.4 Associated Students of Napa Valley College Officer Recognition, and we have Ben Casada with us to review the posted document. Ben.
Everyone, my name is Benjamin Casada, the manager of Student Life. Certificates of appreciation are being awarded to the current student government officers. These student government officers have performed their duties in an exemplary and highly professional manner. Their efforts in student advocacy, production of student-led events, and shared governance has had a direct impact on student life and has contributed to the success of the Office of Student Life and the Associate Students Leadership Program. I would also like to add that during the pandemic, student government was still busy dealing with California state legislation, as well as being involved on state level policies and procedures. There were some events that they've done virtually as well. And so we just want to recognize the student government for dealing with the adversities that they had to have dealt with during the pandemic. I would like to put up a slide and recognize the following individuals for their leadership and participation. The first one would be the ASMVC president, which is Yusby Jimenez. The vice president of ASMVC, Takisha Thomas. Student trustee, William Shull. Events coordinator, Afnan Kawaja. ASMVC secretary, Janine Mizona. Senator at Large 1, Abdil Bayinas. Senator at Large number 2, Edward Galarza. Senator at Large 4, Marcus Texan, and Senator at Large 5, Everett Caldwell. And just a little side note, Senator at Large number 4, Marcus Texan, is our new ASMVC president for the academic school year of 2021-22. Thank you.
And I believe Marcus Texan is observing tonight.
Welcome, Marcus. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Casada. And we have, let's see, our next item, we're into number 4, which is our recognition, our annual recognition of all of our wonderful people here at NVC. First in line is 4.1, Outstanding Napa Valley College Storm Athletes from 2020 to 2021. And Mr. Jerry Dunlap is going to review that for us. Mr. Dunlap.
Thank you, trustees, and Dr. Kraft for having me here this evening, representing athletics and the academic success of our student athletes this past year. Next slide, please. So a little background on academics that we're required to follow by the CCCAA, our governing body, is all of our student athletes must be enrolled in 12 units, 9 of which must be academic and working toward their educational plan to participate in intercollegiate athletics. So they all must be full-time students at Napa Valley College. In order to play their second year, all student athletes must pass 24 units, 18 must meet their educational plan and be academic courses, and they must maintain a 2.0 grade point average in order to compete in the second season of sport. This past year, the student athletes at Napa Valley College averaged 13.6 units in the fall with a grade point average of 2.9 throughout the entire program. And we had 40 student athletes with a grade point average of 3.0 or higher. Interesting, we found that the units taken and the grade point average slightly rose this past year during the pandemic, probably due to the online learning, and they seem to do very well. So that was an interesting aspect of the pandemic and how our student athletes succeeded during this past year. Next slide, please. Here we listed the 40 student athletes that had a 3.0 grade point average or higher. You can see we had quite a few with a 4.0 grade point average, 3.7. So we had almost half of our student athletes maintained a 3.0 or higher grade point average this past fall. Next slide. And I'm trying to make this quick because I know you guys have a busy evening tonight. So we usually have a student come in and speak, but I thought this year during the pandemic, I would be remiss if we didn't thank a lot of people that helped make this season happen for us. First and foremost, I want to thank Bob Harris, the dean over our area. He was always there for me and all of us in the department to ask questions and kind of lean on. And he was also the president of the Bay Valley Conference. So early in the pandemic, we were meeting weekly with the conference, and he just did an outstanding job in his leadership will be missed in the BBC. Our athletic department really does want to thank the safety committee at the college, Dr. Parker, Nancy Tamarisk and Jasmine De La Cruz. God bless them for all the hard work they've done this year, helping test our student athletes, whether we're going to the health center or they're coming down here on Fridays to do antigen testing. They've really made it possible for our student athletes to compete this year in the Spring 2 sports. Chief Wade and Matt Christensen, again, on the safety committee. Again, we could not do this without all of you, so we really do appreciate all your help. Patty Morgan early on helped us a lot with the CARES Act money, so some of our athletes could help fund their testing, which was greatly needed for a lot of our student athletes. And then within our own department, Brandon Lucas and Tracy Oyama, who are athletic trainers, have been here way too long. They work late hours. They're actually out at a baseball right now, and it goes late. This game's going to go probably to 7 o'clock tonight, 6 o'clock, and then we have a doubleheader and a soccer match tomorrow. So they're putting in long hours. Mike Ronald and Lauren Lee Farmer, our administrative assistant, and our equipment manager, and Rodney Webster, our academic counselor. And just want to thank everybody for making the Spring 2 season happen. Our student athletes and coaches are ecstatic to be, whether they're out on the course or on the baseball field. We're having success. Our men's golf team is undefeated. They're 8-0 right now. And our baseball team is in second place in our conference right now with an 8-4 record. And it looks like they're in a long battle tonight. So we'll come back for the doubleheader tomorrow. And again, we have a women's soccer match also tomorrow night at 5 o'clock against South Lake Tahoe. So thank you all so much. And thank you for everyone here for your support in athletics and our student athletes at Napa Valley College. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you very much. All right. So next we have 4.2 Phi Theta Kappa Awards for 2020 to 2021. And Professor Kathy Gillis is with us this evening to review that. Kathy, take it away.
I am. Thank you so much. I am Kathy Gillis, as you say, the faculty advisor for our Honor Society, and I'm happy to brag about our students who also share on some of the other things that were already mentioned, like ASN, NVC, and also in athletics. So I know that they are here tonight as viewers, and they made this wonderful presentation so that I can brag about them. Speaking of GPA, in order to be eligible for the Honor Society, students have to have a 3.5 GPA or higher with 12 or more transferable units, which is no easy task, as you all know, for our students who have multiple things in their life that they have to manage in addition to their college career. Also, I also want to echo Jerry in thanking the board, faculty, staff, the entire NVC community for your support of Phi Theta Kappa. It's been, in our chapter of Beta Beta Sigma, it's been constant and ongoing. And once again, as this presentation will show, they were successful in their projects. It's really essays, deadlines, research, activities, and they gleaned some awards. So next slide. These are the wonderful officers. The first three, Kehaulani was our president, outgoing president. She is transferring along with Melita, and Afnan will become our new president for the next academic year. So congratulations to him. Next slide. More of our, as you can see, we do share some of these students, more of our students who participate in the Honor Society board, along with Ariana, Marcus, and Stephen. Next slide. And me. Next slide. So some of the awards they won, and remember, this is in addition to everything they're doing for their own college career. So they did a research project. They did the research, answered questions, wrote essays, and they placed first in Regional Honors in Action Project. They also received second place, Distinguished Chapter Officer Award for Kehaulani's work for the chapter. Next slide. Also, in the they received third place overall as most distinguished chapter out of all the chapters in our Nevada, California region, which is about 80. We once again achieved the highest level of stars as a 5-star chapter award. And we also gleaned some certificates for our mentoring of another chapter at Solano, as well as our community project, which was really great, especially during the pandemic. And I can't say enough about it. And I know some of you are involved in that as well. Next slide. So then at the international level, which is, now we're talking thousands of chapters, we rose to get some of those as well, including that 5-star overall as a status. Keholani was distinguished as an officer, so that was wonderful. And also, we placed among the top 100 chapters overall, our little chapter in all of the entire Phi Theta Kappa International, which encompasses other countries as well. I don't know if there are any other slides. Oh, yeah. And also, very importantly, Ron is very familiar with this yearly, and Kathy as well, of this yearly distinction for 2 students to represent our college on the All California Community College academic team. So Afnan placed on the first team and Ariane placed on the second team. And normally we would be congratulating them with a banquet, but that's not happening, at least anytime soon. So maybe next or in the summer or something, they'll reschedule it. But so very much congratulations to these 2 students as well. I don't know now if there's another slide. And here's some pictures to enjoy of the canned food drive and other work that they did. So you can scroll through these with a couple seconds or so. See some of our meetings, some of the drives. There's the canned food. You can see our officers in there. We made flyers. They made flyers. Thank you again so much for your support. Very appreciated.
Thank you, Professor Gillis. And let's see, we are moving on now to 4.3, Nursing Program and Resolution in honor of National Nurses Week. And Catherine's going to pull up our resolution. And we just need to get a motion so that we can pass this resolution.
Move for approval.
I got a move for approval from
Trustee Dodd, second.
Trustee Dodd, welcome. A second. And so then let's see, do we have any discussion? Or any public comment? I will just simply say that I am definitely, we every year do National Nurses Week, but my goodness, what a year. Anybody who's in the medical field the last year, you guys have been first responders in a way that I don't think any of you could have possibly ever anticipated. So thank you very much. So we have a motion and we have a second, and I just need to go through my list here. So let's see. Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Is Trustee Goff with us yet? Still no? Okay.
Not yet.
All right. Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I as well will vote aye. And so we have a unanimous adoption of that resolution. And then now we're moving on to 4.4, which is our retiring administrative confidential staff and classified professionals. And so Mr. Parker is going to do a review of that. Take it away.
Thank you. So we actually have one member of our IT staff, one longtime member of our IT staff who is retiring at the end of this month, Mark Craddy, and Eric Hauk, who is his immediate supervisor, is here tonight to say a few words about Mark.
Thanks, Bob. Good evening, everybody. I will just, for those who know Mark or has been in communication with him in any reason, you know that he is a man of few words and always direct and to the point. So in a similar vein and in honor of him this evening, I will attempt to keep my words equally brief and to the point. Mark is a valued member of the IT team. In his almost 20 years of service to NVC, he has borne witness to the rapid growth and general improvements in technology, as well as the ever-growing rate of adoption of said technology here at Napa Valley College. In that time, he has always sought to keep pace with the inherent continuous change that is IT, and consistently has sought out ways to apply technology solutions which will improve our students' ability to succeed, as well as support faculty and staff in their efforts to do likewise. In doing so, Mark has established himself as a leader, not only with IT, but also within the ranks of his fellow classified professionals, whom he has also served well and with distinction. On a personal note, I will miss regular chats with Mark and the nuggets of truth, personal experience, and wisdom that he would frequently share with me as part of our conversations together. He is a true and humble public servant and will be missed amongst the NVC family and employees. To best illustrate this, I will share one piece that you may have noticed. Mark is not on camera this evening. As I was discussing with him prior to tonight's activity to confirm that he would actually be in attendance, he noted that he will be and is here, but would not be on camera because he had, quote, given away his webcam to a faculty member who needed it more than me, end quote. So in closing, thank you, Mark, so much for your years of service to Napa Valley College.
You're muted, Jennifer.
You think after a year and a half of this, I'd get it right. Jeez. Okay. So do we have any other comments from anybody, or shall we just move to adopt our resolution? I need a motion.
Well, this is Trustee Baldini with the motion and
Second
from
Trustee Rios. All right. Any discussion?
Yes, Trustee Baldini. Mark, it's been a few years, but I've enjoyed working with you, and particularly when you were present in the Board of Trustees room. Thank you very much for your nearly 2 decades of service.
I'd like to add in as well, if I can, Trustee Baker. Mark, thank you. It's, you know, you have been a presence for the entire 10 years that I have served as president. We've had a lot of talks over those years, and I appreciate your help and assistance, especially in the first couple that were, you know, kind of getting me and a brand new team up to speed. So you'll be missed, my friend, and we very much appreciate all that you've done, both for students and faculty, staff, and administrators, for the board, and especially for me. So thank you. I will miss you.
And just, I also wanted to thank Mark for everything he's done for the college, and I wish you the best in your retirement, and hopefully we can catch up soon. But thank you again for helping us all out at some point.
All right. Well, if we have no other comments, we can move on to adopt our agenda. We already have a motion and a second. So Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Trustee Goff still not with us?
Not yet.
Okay. Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And then I as well will vote aye. So that gives us a unanimous adoption of the resolution. So now we have 4.5, Administrative Confidential Employee of the Year. And Bob Harris, our Senate President, is going to introduce our honoree.
Good evening, Board. And President Baker, I took the liberty of unmuting myself about 15 seconds ago. So it's been a hard thing to learn. So anyway, the Administrative Senate is pleased to recognize Maria Villagomez, Senior Dean, Language Arts and Developmental Studies, Library and Social Sciences, as the 2020-2021 Administrative Confidential Employee of the Year, as selected by her peers. Maria, who is well respected and esteemed by her colleagues, received many nominations from colleagues across campus for her tireless work to ensure that the transition to distance education at the onset of the pandemic was implemented as smoothly as possible. She and the distance education team established trainings, programs, and processes to ensure that faculty and students were able to continue their courses when the college was faced with moving from a class schedule that was 30% online to immediately 100% online with little or no warning. No small task indeed. Maria joined the Napa Valley College community in 2000 as a faculty member and has served in a variety of roles since, always putting the best interests of the students, faculty, and staff into each decision she makes. Maria, as I mentioned earlier, currently oversees 2 divisions: Language Arts and Developmental Studies, aka LADS, Social Sciences, the Library, and Distance Education. Christine Pruitt, English faculty, says that this work is typically done by 4 separate deans at other colleges, yet somehow Maria manages it all with grace and finesse. Delilah Hernandez Ramirez, Spanish instructor, says during her years at NVC, she has demonstrated inclusivity, responsibility, integrity, and honesty, whether in the classroom or as administrator. And Diego Fernandez, LADS faculty, says, I am proud to call her my colleague and am grateful to work alongside her. As a colleague of her at the Dean's Council, I can attest that her attention to detail is unmatched by anyone I've ever seen, and I'm honored to have her as a colleague. So on behalf of the Administrative Senate, congratulations, Maria. You make our campus better. Now, Maria is available. If Maria's here, if she could say a few words.
Thank you so very much, Bob, for those kind words, and to everyone who nominated me also, thank you so much. This is an incredibly humbling and uncomfortable experience for me. For once, I am speechless, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Maria.
Yes. And I have to say, you always look so put together, even in Zoom. So let's see. Now we have our, let's see, the McPherson Distinguished Teacher Award. So we're going to have Dr. Sarah Baker.
Trustee Baker, we moved that. We switched that out.
Okay. I was thinking we moved it the other way around. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Now we're doing 4 point, what used to be 4.7, correct? So
Yes.
that would be the Dr. Ed Schenk Excellence in Student Service Award. This is our first year with this award, and I understand that Dr. Schenk is here. And then we also have Oscar DeHaro, who is going to introduce our very first honoree.
Yes, thank you very much. And actually, it's a second year. Last year was the first year, but we had the opportunity to have Martha Navarro as a recipient, as part of the understanding that Dr. Schenk had for the first award. So this is the second annual awarding of the Dr. Ed Schenk Excellence in Student Service Award. This award honors student affairs staff members who have made an outstanding contribution to the success of NVC students through activities that promote student learning, student retention, and student growth. Mr. Rene Rubio, the Mesa STEM Program Services Specialist, is a 2021 recipient of the Dr. Ed Schenk Excellence in Student Service Award. Rene has been with NVC for nearly 20 years and has been, and I quote, a mentor, a caring student affairs staff member, a team player as a colleague, and a superhero to our NVC students, STEM students in particular. I'd like to also thank and acknowledge the selection team who put in many hours in this selection process. And those members are Donna Altz from the NVC Foundation, Trustee Inez de Luna, Edward Galarza, the student rep, and Chief Amber Wade, the administrative rep. And we have Dr. Schenk here as well. And also we have both of Renee's supervisors, past and present, to share a word or two on Renee. So I'd like to ask Dr. Schenk to please have the mic, if you will.
Well, this is quite an honor to be here to participate in the second award and with you all, the board members. The irony of all of this is that several people have been acknowledged that were hired when I was still working and are now retiring. So I begin to wonder how long I've been gone from the campus. But it still looks, it's still wonderful to participate. And for the board, a couple of quick things about this award. I was very fortunate that my wife's family made a donation to create this award for the student service professionals. And my wife and then Oscar suggested that my name be added to it. That was not my original intention as I helped put together this thing. But I think it's so important that the student professionals tied with our faculty make a difference in the success of our students at Napa Valley College and always have. So I think it's just really great. Renee, I remember working with him. I remember when he was hired. I remember when Maria was hired. A number of the people that have been acknowledged. It's just really good to see the success that's evolved and that people that are doing great jobs for our students are being acknowledged in student services. So thank you very much, Oscar, for giving me this opportunity and for the board and Dr. Kraft. So thank you.
Thank you. And Jose Hernandez, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Napa Valley College BOT, president, staff, and students. I'm Jose Hernandez, as former associate dean of Mesa STEM. I'm delighted to acknowledge and celebrate Rene Rubio for his passionate commitment to the students, parents, and goals of the Mesa STEM Center since 2002. In the 15 plus years that we worked side by side, Rene has been so much more than a colleague. Congratulations, my friend. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Luis,
please.
Hi, Luis Alcázar, Associate Dean of the Mesa STEM Programs. It's definitely a pleasure to be here recognizing Rene and here with my mentor, Jose, también. Rene, I remember when I was a student, many years ago, and all the efforts that you put in to ensure that our needs were being met and that we were taking advantage of the STEM opportunities available to us. I also remember our basketball games at the now non-existent outdoor basketball courts. That was a lot of fun. You still continue to be very engaged with our Mesa STEM Center students at the college, ensure their voice is always taken into consideration when making decisions that affect them, and that we are continually exposing them to the mini STEM experiences that we offer. You've helped bring in the Medical Scholars Program, our partnership with Kaiser. You have put in many efforts to ensure that the David Dwight Eisenhower Transportation Fellowship was a success and continues to be, and are always willing to collaborate with other areas for the benefit of NVC students at large. You are a leader. You are a student affairs champion. Thank you for all that you do. I look forward to working together for many years to come. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Luis. Thank you very much. And just one last comment. This morning, invitation was sent out to the campus community for the virtual celebration for this award that will take place on Tuesday, May the 18th, from 11 to 12. So if you have not yet received your invitation, or you didn't receive one, please let me know, and I will make certain that you receive it in your email. Thank you very much. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, everyone, for the accolades. Thank you, Dr. Shank. I do remember I was a student in the mid-90s. I was part of all of the NVC as a board member there for years. You were our VP at the time. And Hector was crucial. Hector went out to the schools just like he's still doing, and he encouraged me, applied Napa Valley College. I was looking at four-year schools, going straight to them, and it was the best choice I've ever done. As a student, and then reached out after graduating, after a year off of my graduation, I decided, I really enjoy my time at NVC. And there I am. Since 2001, I'm still here. In a little bit of extra gray hair from Jose over here, giving me extra stress. No, but it's the students, the staff here are amazing. It's a family to me. Coming to Napa Valley College has been a joy. Obviously, I'm not going in person, but I've gone a couple times. But it's been a wonderful ride. I mean, Napa Valley College has done so much to me personally that I want to give back as much as I can to the students. Thank you again for the accolades.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
All right, so here we go. Thank you and congratulations. So now we're moving on to faculty, and Dr. Sarah Parker is going to take over for, I believe, the next three items that we have. And starting with the McPherson Distinguished Teaching Award.
Excellent. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'd like to open the presentation of these awards by acknowledging what a privilege it is to be able to announce these names in honor of Dr. McPherson. This award was inaugurated in 1987, acknowledging Dr. McPherson's belief that the quality of education relates directly to the caliber of teaching. The original announcement of the award stated, the McPherson Distinguished Teaching Awards will recognize the outstanding performance of teaching faculty who demonstrate excellence in instruction and who provide outstanding service to students. The achievements of the individuals selected will exemplify Napa Valley College's philosophy, commitment, and dedication to excellence in instruction and quality service to students. These words continue to capture the meaning of this award for Napa Valley College. I'd like to take a minute to appreciate the selection committee who volunteered their time and took on the responsibility with the gravity it deserves. Looking back over the years, you'll see that there are often two awardees, sometimes only one, but rarely three. Out of a pool of incredibly strong candidates, the committee recognized that in this extraordinary year of challenges, disruption, uncertainty, as well as innovation and creativity, that we wanted to award three individuals who all, in their own unique ways, put students first and provided leadership to the campus in their classrooms and beyond. Thank you also to the Foundation for all of your support, and we look forward to celebrating the awardees with you at a virtual celebration next week. In random order, I'm going to now introduce each McPherson Distinguished Teacher awardee, say a few words about each, and then several presenters will do the same. Our first awardee's picture is up now, I can see, so please join me in recognizing our first McPherson Distinguished Teacher, Professor Kathy Gillis. Kathy Gillis contributes to the Napa Valley College community in more ways than we could count. For 15 years, she participated in the Puente program as an instructor and coordinator. She was able to cultivate and foster relationships with students, their families, their mentors, and community partners, many of whom she remains in touch with. Professor Gillis is an early adopter of technology. She began serving on the technology committee in 2004 and was perhaps one of the first on campus to use Facebook groups for student communication. As the distance education coordinator, she led the way in transitioning the entire college to online education at the onset of the pandemic and has continued to provide training, organization, mentoring, and patience and advice to all of us. Her work as advisor to Phi Theta Kappa is ceaselessly rewarding to her because all students, returning, DSPS, historically underserved, all socioeconomic levels, are all embraced and, in her words, bloom in this honor society. When Kathy interviewed at NVC, she knew this was where she wanted to be. She shared with me that she is honored to serve students and that she loves that NVC is the perfect size to serve students and to work with colleagues and administration. She can't wait to get back in the classroom and work in person with students. Thank you, Kathy, for your many contributions and congratulations. And I now pass off to Senior Dean Maria Villagomez.
Now, this one is not at all uncomfortable for me. Good evening, members of the board, colleagues, and guests. It is my pleasure to speak to Kathy's well-deserved recognition tonight. For almost 20 years, some of us have known Kathy as a distinguished teacher. Basically, she has been a distinguished teacher since she was hired at Napa Valley College, but today makes it formal and official. Many of us believe it was time for us to recognize Professor Gillis's contributions to the Napa Valley College community. Among many other contributions inside and outside the classroom, Kathy has been a great mentor to students and new faculty. In my experience, Kathy is always eager to provide support and assist anyone in any way possible. Kathy and I were hired the same year, not to make it about me, but so to attest to the familiarity that I have with her many contributions to this college. In addition to my direct knowledge of her teaching activities, as her supervisor, I directly worked with Kathy in my role as Language Arts Division Chair when she became English Coordinator. During that time, I witnessed Kathy's tremendous ability to lead other faculty into creating teaching practices and implementing initiatives that directly benefited students, an essential and mastered skill only of great teachers. Additionally, I've worked with Kathy directly on distance education since its inception at NVC. Kathy led distance education initiatives through which NVC has been able to develop structure, procedures, and processes for distance teaching and learning. According to my own recollection, Kathy has rarely missed a day of teaching. She's always here. I can recall that when she gave birth to her twins almost 16 years ago, she was away only for a few weeks. Most recently, when her mother passed away, she continued working. Other than those two events, Kathy's attendance has been impeccable. Now, if that's not an indication of excellent work ethic, I don't know what is. Additionally, Kathy has been the Puente instructor, was the Puente instructor for 15 years. During that time, I was a Puente mentor, and I remember being very impressed with Kathy's excellent coordinating skills and her amazing connection with our Puente students and their families. In short, Kathy has always cared deeply about her students. Finally, distance education at Napa Valley College would not be the program it is if it wasn't for Kathy's leadership. When the pandemic hit last year, Kathy immediately worked on a transition plan to be ready to implement as soon as the college needed us to do so. That was leadership at its best. Thank you so much for recognizing Kathy tonight. And to Kathy, I will say, it's been a pleasure, and may the force of teaching always stay with you. Thank you.
Kathy, would you like to say a few words?
Wow. Wow, that I'm almost rendered speechless, but never am I speechless, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Maria. Maria, your words really touched me, and I want to also say congratulations on your very well-deserved award, and it is a pleasure to work with you as an administrator, and you have many of those same qualities you describe in me in terms of caring and putting students first, and so I'm so happy we get to celebrate this together, and it couldn't go to a better administrator. Also, I want to say the other two wonderful women who are honored tonight, I know they have not been introduced yet, but I feel very privileged to stand with them because they are amazing. So thank you to everyone for this award, and I overcome. Thank you.
Dr. Parker, before you move on to our other awardees, I just want to say congratulations, Kathy. Kathy and I have known each other for a while because we did Leadership Napa Valley together, and we were in the same, what did we call it? Practicum group or whatever it was. I forget now.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, and I also happen to know, I don't know when she has the time, but she is one heck of a gardener. She has produce that she takes pictures of all the time that I need to come over and just eat with you from time to time. So I will give the floor back to Dr. Parker.
Wonderful. And I'm excited to move on in recognizing our second McPherson Distinguished Teacher. If we could move to the next slide, please. And there she is. Professor Jeanette McClendon. Jeanette McClendon provides the guidance and support to new and continuing students, helping them through education planning, career assessment, graduation, preparing to transfer to four-year programs, and personal counseling. She builds lifelong relationships with her students and creates a safe space for students that allows them to speak freely on issues related to their growth and development. She engages with them from a holistic mindset, tapping into the mind, body, and spirit to learn about what's going on in their lives. Professor McClendon is the coordinator of the Umoja Learning Community, which specifically targets retention, persistence, and success for African American students and students from the African diaspora. She has purposefully integrated Umoja students with those in the Puente program. And under her guidance, the program, a colleague notes, is a, quote, beautiful multi-ethnic mosaic, largely in part of the openness and welcoming environment, a multicultural space that welcomes all. Jeanette currently serves as the retention lead for the Starfish program, as the counseling liaison to the Communication Studies Department, and on the Equity and Inclusivity Committee. In her words, I love the fact that I do something that I love and get paid to do it. I go home thinking about the ways to make each class enjoyable, thought-provoking, and richly and culturally educational for the student. Congratulations, and I'm going to pass off to Dean Luis Alcazar.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Jeanette, it's definitely a pleasure to be here saying a few words on your behalf, someone who I learned from a lot. From the point I arrived at the college, you were very welcoming. Over time, I got to know the positive force that you are for our students and colleagues. You always put the students first and are willing to put in the work needed to ensure their success, that they're respected, and that their voice is valued in college decisions, even if that means taking risks or putting in extra hours. Every time I engage with a student from a course you taught, that you advise as a counselor, and or as part of the Umoja program, they speak of your high expectations of them and your caring approach to teaching and counseling. I love that I get to work with you in various roles and appreciate your efforts towards ensuring that equity-minded and social justice and culturally relevant approaches are practiced in and out of the classroom for the benefit of the whole student. Ms. J, as your students call you, you are a faculty leader and you lead by example. You are a colleague that I look up to and enjoy learning from. I thank you for all that you do and I look forward to many more collaborations to come. Thank you.
Jeanette, would you like to say a few words?
Dr. Parker.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to get through this. It's always hard for me because I try not to toot my own horn. But anyway, I'm just really grateful for being selected alongside my colleagues, Kathy Gillis, and then Jennifer King, who will be up next, for this prestigious award, McPherson Teaching Award. It's just what I do. It's just what I like to do. It's all about me and and how I feel about the students. When I go home, I just think about them all night and think about how I can make it better, as was mentioned. I'm really thankful for Oscar DeHaro, who is like, God, he's more than just my leader. He's more than just my VP. He's my gente. You know, I really appreciate that I can talk to him about anything. You know, I'm also grateful for Howard Willis, who has now moved on to another campus. But I look at the leadership that he provided as well, and I strive to be a better person every day. I thank my counseling colleagues who I work with every day, who help me, who give me guidance, who give me strength sometimes when I need it. Teaching is one thing, but I also do counseling. And so it's really important that I stay connected to the students as well as in the classroom and outside of the classroom. I want to thank the students. I mean, all of them from when I started back in 2013 up until present and the ones I'm going to be seeing in the future. I just love what I do. Like I said, I go home every night happy. Sometimes I'm not happy. I got to admit that. Sometimes students really get on my last nerves, but then I realize that that's part of the growing pains in being an instructor on campus. I also want to thank Dr. Parker for her kind words and everybody else who has played an instrumental role in my growth and development at the campus. Dr. Tejada and everybody else, Dr. Tia, everybody in the Umoja program, everybody that I've worked with. And so I really appreciate it. And lastly, I just want to say that I'm humbled to have been nominated and selected for this prestigious award. And I hope that the students know that I really, really care for them. And thank you so much.
And we get to hear even more about how wonderful you are, because I jumped ahead and asked you to speak, and there was someone else here that would like to say something to you, and congratulations, and that's Counselor Professor Angie Moore.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Jeanette, on behalf of the Counseling Division, I just wanted to say that that you are so deserving of this award, that having been the Umoja counselor and coordinator for the past 8 years, you've brought a very consistent presence to Umoja and our Umoja students that has really helped them to feel very connected to our campus and have a sense of purpose and belonging on our campus. And in addition to that, in teaching top-notch college success skills and career development, I feel that the Umoja students also get a really strong sense of belonging to our campus just from who you are. Your presence is very uplifting. It's very lighthearted. And that transfers over into this program that you're running on campus. For anybody who ever gets a chance, going to an Umoja celebration is a really wonderful experience. I've gone to several of them, and even though those students are really close with Jeanette, when I go there and I meet with these students, they're so warm and they make you feel so welcome. And I've even kept in contact with a couple of them just from meeting them at these events. And that is hugely due in part to Jeanette and the work she does with them. Also, just as a colleague, the few days a week that you are in the counseling hallway with us, when you're not in Umoja, there's this laughter and Jeanette's so much fun. There's so much fun and laughter. And again, that warmth goes into her office. If you were to walk into her office, there's pictures of my children in there and other colleagues' children, and the fun and pictures of us at conferences together. And it's this personality that helps these students, us retain these students and have them coming back every day to class and to see all of us. So thank you, Jeanette, for all the wonderful work you do. And I'm so looking forward to seeing how Umoja continues to thrive. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And now, please join me in recognizing our third McPherson Distinguished Teacher, Professor Jennifer King. Jennifer King's commitment to her students is legendary. From lifelong learners to transfer students, from novice actors to those ready to join the industry, she has shared with me that seeing the electricity in their eyes when they meet and expand their creative potential is what I love about teaching at NVC. It was Professor King's goal to become a professor of theater at Napa Valley College because of her wonderful experiences as a part-time instructor. 2003 production of the Laramie Project with Greg Raglia was life-changing for her, and she believes that presenting on that play is the reason that she's here today. Jennifer has contributed not only to her students, but to the college and community, producing and directing many memorable productions. She launched the Emergence Festival, has grown the Film Studies program, initiated a partnership with Cafeteria Kids Theater. She founded Shakespeare Napa Valley in 2010 to serve as a bridge for our students into the professional theater world and to provide the community with free access to productions written or inspired by William Shakespeare. She's a practicing artist, acting and directing at major theaters in the Bay Area and internationally, and credits teaching at Napa Valley College with making her a better actor, director, and teacher. Thank you, Jennifer, for your many contributions and congratulations. And I'll now pass off to Senior Dean Bob Vanderbilt.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Many of you have seen Jennifer on stage, and so you know that she is a fabulous actor. She's also an amazing director, an incredible producer, and I can attest firsthand that she is a fabulous teacher because she has taught me all about theater in my role as the senior dean over that area. There's a lot more that goes on behind the stage and behind the scenes than you will ever know. What's in front of the scenes is just the tip of a very large machine with lots of moving parts, and I can't think of anybody better to keep them all in line. She has been a gem and a joy to work with, and I'm delighted to join in recognizing her in this accomplishment. I also want to ask her colleague, Dr. Christina Howell, who is one of the nominators for Professor King, to talk a little bit more from the faculty perspective. So I will turn it over to Dr. Howell.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Kraft, and guests. I'm Dr. Christina Howell, Coordinator of Music and Director of Vocal Studies here at the college. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak about my colleague and my friend, Jennifer King. For Jennifer, opportunities for collaboration exist around every corner. Her concept of community college goes well beyond a traditional idea to a place where the entire community can engage and be engaged. For her, performing art is community at every level. Even in the isolating era of COVID-19, Jennifer reached beyond the traditional stage to create transformative theater, and her Herculean work in performing arts over this pandemic year simply cannot be overstated. However, this laudable work is an extension of her everyday excellence. Arts disciplines require those who would attempt them to be visionaries. Every semester of a performance-based course requires a complete redesign to reflect not only the realities of the work being presented, but also what is happening in the world. Jennifer shows students where to look, but she does not tell them what to see. Her excellent teaching, dedicated service, and discipline transcending excellence made Jennifer a natural choice for the Distinguished Teaching Award, and I nominated her with enthusiasm, joy, and most importantly, hope for the future of the arts in Napa Valley as a result of her transformative excellence. Thanks.
Jennifer, would you like to say a few words?
I don't know if I can say anything after that. I will say that I do believe in the power of theater. And long ago when I was in middle school, I really had to go up against something physically. And theater saved my life. It transformed my life, and it became my life. And I get the good fortune of working at Napa Valley College, where I get to see the power of theater change lives every time I am with anybody. Working with Bob, working with Christina, and working with our amazing, amazing students. I have learned more about theater from them than any textbook. I have learned more about the arts from them than any museum. And I have learned more from them about life, period. I want to say thank you, Napa Valley College. The pandemic for all of us was really hard. And I can only speak as a theater artist that what I experienced was the death in my field. And for a long time, it was so uncertain. We didn't know what was going to happen. And, you know, we're going to come back, but we didn't know what that was going to look like. And you all supported me, the program, and our students by providing a way for us to produce online in very innovative ways. And so instead of feeling a lot of self-pity, we decided to embrace this time and cultivate a new kind of art form, a new kind of theater through Zoom. And we now can mark this time historically with something really great. And at the same time, we gave an opportunity for students in our community to come together and find meaning and find healing through theater. So thank you, all of you, because I know so many of you, for being so supportive of the arts and for all of us to have a place here at Napa Valley College to create.
So I'll just ask everybody to join me, please, one last time, a round of applause for these three phenomenal professors, and congratulations to the winners this year. Trustee Baker, would you like me to move on?
Yeah, I was just going to say one last thing is that it's interesting to me. It's like I've been on the board now for 5 years. I think this is the first time I actually know all of the awardees, so it's kind of nice. So congratulations to everyone, and please, yes, do move on.
All right, well, we're next excited, but I say with heavy heart, because we're going to incur such a loss with the retirement of the individuals that are going to be presented here tonight, with a total of 140 years of cumulative service, who have contributed so much to Napa Valley College. For each of our retirees, the dean over that area and their colleagues will share brief reflections, and we also have resolutions prepared for each retiree honoring their service. If we could move to the first slide, we have Professor John Dada.
And as the dean, I will have the honor of recognizing Professor John Dada. John has been a fabulous instructor in photography, has led the program in new directions, has brought the Photo Eye lecture series to campus, and has been a fabulous artist as well. His course syllabus is interesting because it's not just a syllabus that outlines the due dates for assignments or tells the students what textbook to use. It is itself a work of art with fabulous photographs illustrating the concepts and creative use of assessment techniques and grading practices that are really well done. And I know that because personally, I was one of his students. I took his smartphone photography class so that my smartphone pictures would be better, and last spring, and was doing really well in the class, got good grades on all the assignments. And, I wasn't taking it for credit, so it didn't matter. But midway through the semester, COVID-19 hit, and like many of our students, I had to take an EW in the class to say, I just can't do this anymore because there's too much else going on. So it felt good to have John's support in that decision, and he understood. But he's a terrific instructor, and we are very much going to miss him. I've only known him for the 4 years that I've been here, but his colleague, Professor Eric Shearer, has known him for the rest of his tenure. And so I'd like to ask Professor Shearer to say a few words as well.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm really happy to be here tonight to honor John. I was just looking through all of the attendees. I couldn't see if you're there, John. I know I saw your name earlier, but I'm here. There you are. Now you're at the bottom of my screen. Thank you for saying something. I don't even know where to begin on this, and I've been getting teary-eyed sitting here all night just thinking about this. I can't believe that we're at this point in careers right now, John. What you've brought to the college over the last 13 years since you started can't be overstated. You led the photography program through the most difficult transition in the discipline imaginable, analog to digital photography. You came in right at the crux when this really had to be done. And you handled it with such grace and with such creativity as you worked on that and worked on it and worked on the curriculum over the years and built up what is now a very successful program as you've successfully navigated that transition over the last 13 years. I want to share too that I remember the day that you were hired. I remember the day that you were offered the position very, very well. I had the honor of serving on the hiring committee. I had the honor of being on the final selection committee with the vice president and the president. And you did something that in all of the hiring committees I've ever been on, I've only seen once or twice. You brought the college's strategic plan with you to the second interview. I don't know if you remember doing this. You walked in there loaded for bear. You were going to get that job. And it was, and to say that you impressed the people sitting in that room is an understatement. You may remember that Dr. McCarthy looked, well, you weren't in there when he did it, but he looked around at the other two of us and he said, right? Yes. We said, yeah. He jumped up out of his chair and ran out into the parking lot to try and catch you before you left campus. He was so excited about offering you the job. Now, I know that I've sworn to secrecy on hiring committee processes, so sue me. You can take me out in some other way, but it's too good of a story to pass up. It's something that the enthusiasm that he had for offering you the position, the enthusiasm that all of us had for you in coming into this position has been well rewarded over the years. You've been a colleague, you've been a friend over the last 13 years, and man, I'm really going to miss you. So please keep in touch with us. We need to go riding. Maybe I'll ride to Santa Rosa. I'll ride your way instead of you riding your bike all the way over here. For those of you who don't know, John regularly commutes to the college in Napa from Santa Rosa by bike, e-bike. But he comes all the way over. His commitment to sound ecological practices has been something that's infused everything that he's done, professionally and personally, and it's something that's come through so strong over the years in his work. And John, I love you, man. I am absolutely honored to have been your colleague for all of these years. So thank you for what you've brought to us and for our students.
Wow. Thank you. Really. Thank you very much. I'm not sure what to say, because it's finally hitting me that this is really happening. This is really the thing that made it really real. And I just want to thank everyone in the campus community for being so kind and so supportive all these years. And it was an absolute pleasure working with everyone. And my colleagues in the art department have been nothing less than amazing to work with. So thank you for these wonderful years. I'm probably not really saying it right. I hope it's coming across okay, because I'm pretty nervous about talking like this. So just thank you so much for the time that I've been here. It's really been incredible. So thank you again. So I'll leave it at that.
And thank you. Our next retiree is Professor Steve Fall, and we'll go back to Senior Dean Bob Vanderbilt.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. This is a tough one. Dr. Fall was on the committee that hired me, and he has been a stalwart and a friend from the very first day I walked on campus to come done an interview and then beyond. He has been a contributor to the division, serving as the division chair and now faculty chair for science and engineering. And he has been teaching for 36 years, which is an incredible accomplishment, but it's really should say 36 years and counting, because I know that he will probably be coming back for many years to continue to teach for us in a part-time capacity. I believe the record is our former astronomy professor, John Charlesworth, who taught for 52 years. Steve, I don't know if you're going to be able to make that one or not, but I know that you're going to give it a good try. Board of Trustees, you have a resolution in his honor. It talks about a number of things, and one of them it mentions is that he actually wrote the textbook on general chemistry. The resolution says that he describes it as a labor of love, and I want to translate that for you with assistance from his wife. We've calculated that it's really a labor of love because it worked out to about 82 cents an hour based upon the countless amount of time and energy that he put in creating all of the images and all of the work that went into that accomplishment. Steve, it has been a joy and a pleasure. It's taken several people to replace you in your various roles and the various hats that you wear on campus. And I don't really mean replace you. I mean to fill those roles because you are truly irreplaceable. And I want to ask my colleague, Dr. Forrest Quinlan, to provide some words from the chemistry department as well.
Well, as said, Steve wears all the hats and I wear all the shirts. So, Steve, you've been a rock in the chem department for all these years. Thank you so much for hiring me and being a great mentor. You know, he came on here to teach people all about how organic chemistry can rule everything that there is, especially all the wonderful coffee that he brews on a daily basis with that wonderful maker that he has. You got to ask him about it. It's great. But truly, Steve, you are an Iron Man, and you've been a wonderful friend and mentor for all these years. And just in case you're wondering, yes, he does know the answer to everything. So with that, Steve, I just want to say I've been proud to call you my friend for all these years. And I look forward to when you don't retire and come back and talking to you again face to face and sharing our stories like we have for so many years. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Forrest, for stopping with the last shirt.
I don't know if
Steve, you're on mute if you'd like to say a word or two, although he may be speechless.
Well, thank you, everybody. You know, it's been a good run. I didn't actually start teaching at Napa Valley College. I actually have 42 total years of teaching under my belt, and I've been teaching I've been in school ever since I was 5 years old. I have literally never been away from school since I was 5 years old. And I've always taught, you know, I talked to Charo and said, I know she's familiar with this. I always said that I never went to work a day in my life. I've just always gone to school. I just love what I do. And it's going to be really hard to be away from it. In fact, it's giving me the vapors. It's hard. It's hard. I excuse me. I really love what I do. But I've got young grandchildren now, and I want to spend some time with them and, you know, maybe relax a little bit. I work really, really hard. I know that Eric, I can see him. He knows that I often wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and start my day. It's not uncommon for me to get only 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And what am I doing? I'm doing chemistry because I love chemistry. And so being able to step back from that is a little weird. I've been Dr. Paul for a very, very long time, and it's going to be weird going back to civilian life. But I'm sure I'll get used to it. But I am looking forward to having a little bit of time off and coming back to the college and teaching one class part-time to keep my hand in it and keep my mind active. And I love the students. And so that'll be a lot of fun. And I know he's out there, but I also want to give a shout out to Jose Hernandez, who has been here with us today. I really love him. I'm really happy he could be here today. I miss him. Anyway, it's crazy. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Our next retiree is Professor Stephanie Gross and Senior Dean Maria Villagomez.
Hello again. Not sure if Stephanie is here with us or not. If you are, Stephanie, I'm glad that you are. So I'll say a few words about Stephanie. Stephanie retired last summer, and it was during the off cycle of when faculty typically retire. So we did not have an opportunity to honor her last year. Instead, she's joining this group this year to be recognized. And you know, Stephanie Gross was a librarian here at Napa Valley College for over 18 years, and she was a great joy in helping students one-on-one, finding the resources they needed for their academic papers and projects. One faculty member said about her that she would spend whatever time necessary with students. And if she could not provide the resource, she would find out who could through her professionalism, teamwork, and dedication. Another colleague said Professor Gross's deep knowledge of library science and information competency has greatly benefited Napa Valley College students. Stephanie is thoughtful, inquisitive, and dedicated to student success. She created LibGuides independently and collaborated with library faculty, campus colleagues, and community members to publish works on a variety of subjects. Another colleague said, fearlessly and passionately, Stephanie advocated for the instructional technology needs of faculty, culminating in the creation of the Academic Senate Education Technology Committee. She kept library instruction and curricula current and innovative, unapologetically advocated for the protection of 10+1 areas, serving on NVC Academic Senate committees with distinction and great representation. Congratulations to Stephanie Gross, Professor, soon to be Professor Emeritus, and happy retirement. Thank you.
I think she may have joined. We'll give just a sec to see if she's here and may want to say something.
Sarah, I don't see her.
No, okay.
I'm here.
Actually, she is here.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I missed you.
Here, sorry. Maria, thank you for those kind words. I'm so honored. I want to thank the Board of Trustees. I want to thank Dr. Kraft, and most of all, I'd like to thank my colleagues, my faculty, friends, and boy, I got so much support from all of you. I learned so much about all of you and about teaching and leading, and it really was a wonderful career, and I'm grateful.
Thank you so much. Our next retiree is also a librarian, Professor Nancy McHenry. And I'll hand back to Dean Villagomez.
Congratulations again, Professor Gross. And now, Professor Nancy McHenry. You know, Nancy has served as an important and valued member of the educational team at Napa Valley College for 15 years and is now retiring on to a new adventure. Nancy was always looking for new and innovative ways, particularly in digital formats, to better serve the interests of our students and serve our students. She's been a wonderful mentor for our students, and they learn about research, you know, and they want to learn from her. And she personalizes the research process so that the students can feel connected. And she just seems to connect that way in their academic journey and similar research journey. Nancy worked vigorously with departments to enhance their departmental pages with resources that are specific to those disciplines and those departments. During her years at Napa Valley College, she created library virtual presence from the ground up, making the resources of the library accessible 24/7. One of her colleagues said that Nancy worked tirelessly and generously in support of faculty and students, sharing her expertise to improve our research needs. Another faculty member said that Nancy stepped up to do library review for the curriculum committee with no complaint, showing her characteristic dedication and generosity. And so with that, congratulations, Nancy. It's been a pleasure, and happy retirement. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I feel really fortunate that I get to end my 32 years in education at Napa Valley College. Working with college students has really been my favorite career of all time. And I will miss all of you, students, staff, fellow faculty members, and administrators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next retiree is Professor Linda Monger, and I'm going to turn over to Professor Moore.
Oops. There's my camera. Okay. So tonight I just want, on behalf of the counseling department, want to honor Linda Monger. She has been a counselor at Napa Valley College for 32 years. Our longest standing counselor for sure, and probably one of our longer standing faculty as a whole. I've known Linda for the whole time I've been at Napa. She's been my colleague for 18 years, and her career started out as an articulation officer, making sure that all of our courses, all of our curriculum was being approved and transferable to the universities. Then she transitioned solely into general counseling for many years, serving students, helping them to create and complete their academic goals. I think her most meaningful time at NVC, she would probably say, has been the end of her career as our veterans counselor. Linda's been serving our student vets who oftentimes can have an adjustment, a difficult adjustment transitioning to civilian life. And they're coming back to community college to gain new training and new education, whether it's CTE, vocational, or transfer. And Linda's been that person who meets them here and makes sure that they get their service, all their things that they need to be served, and get their ed plan going, and get them also finishing their academic goal. So we're very proud to have had her serving in that role. Some of the things that we're going to miss in the counseling department is, as such a longstanding counselor, Linda always gives us a really good historical perspective. Whenever we're wondering, why do we do it this way? Or what's the purpose for this policy? We can always go to Linda, and she's able to give us a really comprehensive understanding of why something is the way it is. For all of those who do know Linda well, one of the biggest things we are going to miss in counseling is this amazing, boisterous, beautiful laugh that Linda has. It lights up the counseling hallway. I would try to imitate it for you, but I won't do that to you guys tonight. But it really is something that, whether I'm hearing it for the first time or over many years, we will miss that beautiful laugh in counseling. And I think what we all wish for you, Linda, we know that you're very big in your choir outside of work, so we hope that you find more time to spend with choir. You and your cats, you love your cats, and hopefully you're gonna have a lot more time to spend with them and just doing all the traveling you want to do and all the things you love. So thank you for all the work that you've done with our students and within our department. And I'm going to pass it on to Gwen Kell, who also wants to say a few words on your behalf.
I'm trying to come on. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Can you see me too or no? Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to say a few words about Linda as well. I've probably known you the longest, Linda, the longest of any of the counselors at NVC. Linda is the last of the small group of counselors from the time when we didn't officially have a counseling division. And it was largely a male group. So some of you will remember Bill Blair, Bill Weddington, Ron Rhino, Jerry Somerville, who's still kind of with us, Jose Hurtado. And then we were talking today, Linda and I, and we think that Gerard Perez was also here in EOPS as a counselor. So really the only females were, Laura Eklund was an EOPS counselor, and the head of counseling, there wasn't officially a chair at the time when Linda was hired, was Gladys Dallas. So she was kind of the ringleader. And she did, like Angie had mentioned, trained Linda before she quickly retired as our first articulation officer. So I don't know. I think that I might say that Linda's happy years, yes, certainly, her role with veterans, but she spent several years after I was hired and eventually became the transfer center coordinator. And the transfer center was where the president's office now is on campus. And she had her office in there with us. She's definitely a team player who likes to be part of a team. I mean, Linda is somebody that we could always expect to be at meetings. I mean, she didn't miss, our faculty association meetings. She's proud to be a part of the academic senate. So like as Angie had mentioned too, she's our historian. I don't know what we'll do without her. I guess it's going to have to be me now. More personally, I wanted to share, Linda's one of the few colleagues I've had that has actually shown up at my children's events over the years. So my son pitched for the University of Michigan, and only one time did they come close in Northern California to play, and Linda came and watched his game. My daughter went to Napa High, and she was in one of the small choral groups there. And Linda came to listen to her in a concert where she sang a duet. Angie mentioned that Linda has cats. You guys, she has 10 cats. So I know that Linda will probably be wanting to spend more time with them, lucky cats, because we'll miss you very much, Linda, and hope that you enjoy your retirement. Congratulations.
Wow, that almost leaves me speechless. Tears in my eyes for sure. Steve, you're not the only one. Thank you very much, Angie and Gwen. It really has been a pleasure. I want to thank the board, both past and present. Yes, Dr. Schenk, I'm here, I'm leaving. It's not been that long, really. At any rate, thank you to the campus community. I don't think I could have done what I have done without everybody pulling together, keeping the college going and moving along. I will miss seeing people. I will also miss students. That was the best part of my job, is coming in and meeting with students and working with them and seeing their pleasure at finishing what they've started. So again, thank you to everyone. It's been a pleasure, and I wish everybody well. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move to our last retiree on our list, Professor Randy Villa. And back to you, Bob Vandervelde.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Randy Villa's reputation precedes him to the point where his classes are always the first to fill of any discipline on campus. Students flock to him, and it's because that they know that he is a caring instructor who is dedicated to their success. He gives it his all. When COVID-19 hit, there was no one who was more anxious and antsy to get back on campus and be with his students face to face, a foot and a half apart on masks, than Randy Villa. And unfortunately, that hasn't been possible. But I believe that, like others who have gone before him into retirement, that he will also come back and offer his services again to teach his students, because I know how very much he misses them and that close personal contact that is only possible in the classroom. But he has done valiant efforts to adapt in our present circumstances, and I really want to thank him and recognize him for his exceptional service. The resolution that the board has in front of them tonight talks about the difference that Randy has made in the lives of thousands of students. And forgive me, but I have to note that it is a statistically significant difference because he is responsible for thousands of students passing statistics at Napa Valley College. And we really are all very grateful for his service. His longtime colleague, Professor Bill Freed is also with us tonight to say a few words about Randy. So I will turn it over to Professor Freed.
Can you see and hear me?
We can.
Okay, my name is Bill Freed. I'm a math teacher, and I'm glad that Dean Bob asked me to say a few words about Randy Villa. Randy was here for one semester as a full-time temp before we started together as tenure-track mathematics faculty over 30 years ago. I have come to love Randy like a brother. It didn't take long for Randy's reputation for excellence to spread among the students. They clamored to get into his classes, which still are always overflowing. He attracted students from outside the district to come to Napa Valley College just to be in his class. He has taught many current and former employees of the college. He took on a leadership role in the math department, and because of his vision and dedication, to name just one of his accomplishments, we now have a state-of-the-art statistics lab classroom. He has been a fierce advocate for students with disabilities and has brought issues of social justice into his statistics classroom. Randy is a very deserving McPherson Award recipient. The Napa Valley College community is a better place because of Randy, and I'd like to wish him a happy and healthy retirement.
Randy, you're up.
Well, thank you, Bob. Can you see me, first of all?
We can see and hear you just fine.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Bob, for your kind words, and thank you, Bill. That was really heartwarming to me. It seems like yesterday I was here teaching my first class, and I can't believe that 31 plus years have gone by. My son is a graduate of the preschool at Napa Valley College, and I remember bringing him to the preschool before I would teach my 8 o'clock class. It's just been an amazing journey for me. I still love teaching statistics, and this is going to be a tough year, not to be in a classroom or teaching at all. And I was told I had to wait until next spring before I could teach as an adjunct faculty. So statistics is still my passion, and being in the classroom. And I've had wonderful colleagues. During the 30 years, I was on a lot of hiring committees and brought a lot of great faculty. I should say, when I was first hired as a full-time temp, there was only 3 math faculty in the college math department. Now there are 12. So the math department has grown. I was glad to be there through the growth. It's 4 times the size of what it was in 1990. And I want to go out on this word that I will be back next spring if you will have me. And thanks everybody. So it's going to be a tough year not being in a statistics class, but it is just the right time. Thanks everybody.
Thank you all of the presenters for being here to celebrate the retirees. Congratulations to all of you. And back to you, Trustee Baker.
Thank you. And yes, yet again, I guess I've just been here longer than it feels because I know most of you. I don't know that I've ever met Professor Munger or Professor Dada, but I do remember having a couple of conversations with Randy Villa about statistics and talking to him about how that was the one class I dropped when I was in school, but then ended up having to take it again and passed it and enjoyed it. So, and then also Professor Fall, I know that a couple of times during open houses and things, you blew things up and made things change color, and my kids absolutely loved it. And of course, Nancy and Stephanie, I've actually known for a very long time because of our work as librarians. And while they were being honored, my husband came in to use the printer, and he's the director of the Napa County Library and has also worked with both of them and wants to extend his congratulations to both of you. So we have a bunch of resolutions that we're going to adopt as a whole. So I just need to get a motion for that.
Trustee Baldini, so moved.
And
Ina, second.
All right, so we have a motion from Trustee Baldini and a second from Trustee DeLuna. So Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye, with great thanks to everybody.
And Trustee Dodd?
Aye.
I don't think Trustee Goff is with us yet.
I am here.
You're here, yay!
I have made it, yes, thank you.
All right,
yes,
welcome.
I got at the tail end, so definitely aye. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. And Trustee Iverson?
Aye.
And Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, your vote?
Aye.
And Student Trustee Scholl, your vote?
Aye.
And then I also will vote aye multiple times. So we are passing or adopting all of those resolutions unanimously. Thank you all so much for your service. And I know that I know you'll all be back. So I mean, you have to wait a little bit, but you will be back. So thank you very much. Moving on to 4.9, Faculty Emeritus. And I think we just, there's no presentation, so we just need to adopt this. I think this means you all get free parking. So do I have a motion for our, for this to give everyone emeritus status?
Move for approval, Iverson.
All right, and a second?
Second, Rios.
All right, so we have a first from Trustee Iverson, a second from Trustee Rios. Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Goff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And then I as well will vote aye. So we have a unanimous passing of that resolution. Thank you very much. All right, so now we are moving on. We're about to enter into closed session. So at this time, the board will devote a total of up to 15 minutes to hear comments regarding closed session agenda items. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any items or any individuals who wish to speak about the closed session items?
I have received no public comment.
All righty. Then we are at this time, our board is going to move into closed session. We will be discussing 6.1, conference with real property negotiators, 6.2 is conference with labor negotiators, 6.3, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release, and 6.4 is public employment. And we will be returning to open session in approximately 1 hour. So at this time, which is 6:22 p.m., we are moving to closed session. See you in a little while. So we are returning to public session, resuming at 7:49 p.m. We did take one action in our meeting, and that was to approve the hiring for full-time employment with classified administrator, Dr. Patricia Munsami, who is going to be the Senior Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Her initial contract, she has 1 month contract between June 1st of this year and June 30th, and then she will have another contract that begins July 1st and runs through June 30th of 2022. She'll be at range 18, step C on the administrative confidential salary schedule. We are very, very pleased and excited to have her come on board and look forward to meeting her and working with her in the future. So,
yes. Thank you, board, and welcome Patricia. She's going to be a wonderful addition. Thank you, the committee, for picking a worthwhile and wonderful leader. Thanks again.
Thank you. So now that we're back in public session, we're ready for public comment for general items. So for 8.1, this public comment opportunity is governed by the State of California Brown Act. By definition, this is an opportunity to hear concerns, perspectives, and differing vantage points. The board is not able under the Brown Act to engage in any level of conversation or discussion, but we look forward to this opportunity to gather community input. At this time, the Board of Trustees will devote up to 15 minutes to review comment to the Board of Trustees regarding any subject not appearing as an agenda item for this meeting, but over which the board has jurisdiction. The public may request that the board place an item related to the business of the district on a future board agenda. No action or discussion will occur at this time on such items, and each comment shall last no longer than 3 minutes. Do we have any public comment this evening?
We do not. I have not received any.
All right, then. So we can now at this time close public comment, and we will be moving on to reports. And our first up, 9.1, Academic Senate Report. Dr. Eileen Tejada, President, are you with us this evening?
I am here, and I would just like to make a notation. Being who I am in the world, I would appreciate it if in the minute, the agendas and minutes reflect my title of doctor. I just would like that as a woman of color. It's important for me. So thank you. Please note that, Catherine. Good evening, Napa Valley College trustees, Dr. Kraft, and colleagues. Tonight, I bring you the Academic Senate Year-End Report. I'm just going to go ahead and get my computer ready. Our accomplishments are contextualized in the time of COVID. The Napa Valley College Academic Senate continues to work to preserve academic freedom to best serve our students. And so I would like to take us through our committee accomplishments for the year of 2020-2021. The Professional Development Committee engaged in writing the sabbatical administrative procedures and revised documents, and they were initially approved by the Senate. They are working their way through the pipeline. The PDC coordinator worked as part of the staff of the Academic Senate Instructional Design Institute. They reviewed and moved forward with multiple faculty professional development requests, advertised multiple professional development conferences and workshops, helped to rewrite bylaws, held a sabbatical workshop, researched and developed multiple Flex Day agendas, brought in a Zoom expert, facilitated multiple Flex Day events, and made professional development sessions available via recordings. They continue to work with the Senate and also in partnership with the Office of Academic Affairs, the Staff Development Committee, Guided Pathways, and several other teams for collaborative opportunities. The Faculty Business Committee approved a new faculty ethics statement, completed and approved the Napa Valley College Distance Education Plan, piloted the peer online course review process, which is affectionately called the POKR, and it has to do, it's a process that helps us align our distance education courses to the accreditation rubric. This committee recommended for approval 7 faculty applications for emeritus status, which you saw tonight and approved tonight. They updated and approved the minimum qualifications and equivalency review. They launched the JELO, the General Ed Learning Outcomes Assessment Pilot for disaggregating student data, and expanded access for faculty chairs and track debt to facilitate better connections between assessment and institutional planning. The Educational Technology Committee surveyed faculty for technology needs, advocated for SSO cloud migration, faculty access to Office 365, and a computer refresh implementation. They collaborated with the DE Workgroup and Distance Education for ongoing support of software programs, and advocated for renewed IT training on Outlook and Office 365. Planning and Budget, which is a district committee, took some actions regarding the 2018-2023 institutional strategic plan revision, the 2020-2021 final budget, the creation of a staffing plan workshop, and the creation of AP and BP 6200, 3250, and the BP bylaws work group. Let's see, they did a program review forum and a 2012 through 2022 tentative budget. They reviewed and discussed things such as the annual progress report, the vision for success metrics, vision and mission statement, and guided pathway scale of adoption, along with some other duties involving accreditation standards 1.A and 3 and 3D, as well as reviewing the annual report to the ACCJC. The Student Success Committee developed the Student Success section of the Academic Senate Faculty Handbook, discussed the following programs that are affecting student success on campus: Starfish, Exploring Pathways, Recapturing Degrees, and the Caring Campus Model, and determined a presentation for the Academic Senate meeting regarding Office of Student Affairs, student data. I shared with you the accomplishments of the curriculum committee earlier this semester, and so I'll just say that there is, in addition to modifying 50 courses, archiving 50, and reviewing 13 for submission to the CSU Ethnic Studies graduation requirement, along with establishing 8 new programs and modifying 7. The continuing work goes on in that committee. The creation of writing and math rubrics in conjunction with a comprehensive process to use when evaluating courses to determine if they are equivalent to those that fulfill the writing and math competencies, clarification of the relationship of curriculum review to program review, training of faculty authors, curriculum committee members, and campus community to use CourseLeaf, and the creating of the ethnic studies courses, subject code, and department to fulfill the CSU Ethnic Studies graduation requirement and upcoming Title V changes. The Faculty Evaluation Committee, the impact, I should say, of COVID on evaluations. We had to halt evaluations in spring of 2020, these evaluations were completed in fall of 2020, which actually added to a bigger workload. Many of the professional development activities that tenured faculty planned to do as part of their evaluations were canceled, and so they had to find new ways to satisfy this requirement. Let's see. The FEC went digital this year. In spring of 2020, the Academic Senate approved the piloting of online student survey collection. And to achieve this, the paper surveys were converted to a digital format with step-by-step instructions. And let's see, this created, it saved, I want to say how many, the old process required the lead coach to give a copy, keep a copy, and so that makes about 60 pages worth of work. If you multiply that by the amount of faculty that were being evaluated, something like 3,480 pages we were able to kind of save. And let's see, in terms of reams of paper, 1.5 cases of paper per year we will be saving as a result of going digital. Let's see, they did an ad hoc group which researched the best practices in collecting student feedback and drafted 3 new surveys. The resulting surveys were less confusing, more student focused, and directly linked to the qualities described in the Teachers Council's effectively appendices of the evaluation process of the handbook. And there's a new section of Canvas that was created as an optional addition to the student survey. and the process continues to be evaluated and assessed. So that's just some of our committee accomplishments. In addition to that, we continued to run the Academic Senate Instructional Design Institute. This semester is phase 3, which is focused on researching and assessing the institute to prepare for the EPI-PRT visit in the fall. And so as to effectively use the $250,000 grant to restructure faculty development to align with current research and transform the paradigm of professional development to professional learning. I will note that as the Academic Senate President, I finished my first term having raised $367,000 this year to ensure that faculty learning could address the SEAL data and the COVID transition into remote learning and address the equity-minded mandates, guided pathways, and the current state academic senate goals and mandates as well. The current academic senate executive board has been elected to serve another term, so you'll see me for another couple of years. The academic senate passed 2 resolutions by acclamation. The first we adopted from the academic senate for the California Community Colleges resolution, which is to denounce anti-Asian American Pacific Islander racism. And I'm just going to read a couple of the whereases, because embedded in this resolution is an inclusivity statement that the Napa Valley College Academic Senate has adopted, which reads, whereas the Napa Valley College Academic Senate accepts the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges inclusivity statement, which reads, the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges recognizes the benefits to students, faculty, and the community college system gained from the variety of personal experiences, values, and views of a diverse group of individuals with different backgrounds. This diversity includes, but is not limited to, race, ethnicity, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability status, age, cultural background, veteran status, discipline, or field and experience. We also understand that the California Community College system itself is diverse in terms of the size, location, and student population of its colleges and districts, and we seek participation from faculty across the system. The Academic Senate respects and is committed to promoting equal opportunity and inclusion of diverse voices and opinions. We endeavor to have a diversity of talented faculty participate in Academic Senate activities and support local senates in recruiting and encouraging faculty with different backgrounds to serve on Academic Senate standing committees, task force. In particular, the Academic Senate acknowledges the need to remove barriers to the recruitment and participation of talented faculty from historically excluded populations in society. So we are adopting that as our own. There's a couple of others, and we will put, this will be on the Senate page. But the resolves are as follows. Resolved that the Napa Valley College Academic Senate joins the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges to condemn the oppressive forces of anti-AAPI racism, denounce xenophobia and anti-AAPI sentiment, and urge the documentation and investigation of all reported incidents in order to promote respect and protection of the AAPI community. Resolved that the Napa Valley College Senate joins the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges to create opportunities for faculty to engage in ongoing critical reflections, conversations, and intentional efforts, such as educating from culturally appropriate curriculum in addressing racial, social, and economic injustices and inequities within the AAPI communities, thereby further humanizing AAPI students, faculty, staff members, and administrative colleagues. And be it resolved that the Napa Valley College Academic Senate joins the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges to engage in advocacy and collaborative efforts to protect AAPI students, employees, communities, and victims of discrimination, and to commit to working with campus groups, administration, students, and classified professional colleagues across the system to organize and present local campus and district anti-racism advocacy and education events and efforts. And this was voted by acclamation. The second resolution that was passed was to honor Professor Sable Hughes. I'll just say that Professor Sable Hughes was the first African-American woman hired as a counselor in EOPS at Napa Valley College, and therefore the first African-American woman hired as a counselor at Napa Valley College. She served Napa as a social justice, the Napa Valley College community as a social justice warrior, and we did have a memorial for her, and we also have a resolution to honor her, her legacy. We are, the resolves, let me just, the resolves are, therefore, be it resolved that the Napa Valley College Academic Senate commends Professor Sable Hughes for her work and commitment to her students, the Napa Valley College faculty, and the Napa Valley College community. Be it further resolved that the Umoja Village be renamed the Sable Hughes Umoja Village to remember and celebrate her service at Napa Valley College. And I'll just say this, one of the things is that Sable was the second professor of African descent to be put on a tenure track, and it's part of her story that we went over in her memorial. But I just to say that this happened in the 90s, and you are looking at the first woman of African descent to be on a tenure track faculty at Napa Valley College. So, and I was hired in '94. So we've done quite a bit this year. The last issue in my report has to do with the ICER. On April 28th, at my request, Dr. Jim McGowan, who serves as the first vice president of the Academic Senate, and is also the co-chair of the Accreditation Steering Committee, submitted a report on the status of the ICER. And this last Academic Senate meeting and business session, the report was accepted by the Academic Senate. And so I wish to read the report.
President Baker, I'm sorry, I'm noticing, and sorry, Dr. Tejada, I want to be respectful of everyone who might be waiting to speak, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just trying to be mindful. Maybe we might want to move Dr. Tejada's report towards maybe the end after
this is the,
that portion of the agenda. Just want to be respectful that everybody's getting time because we're running, I think this is 20 minutes at least right here.
Yeah, this is the last bit of the report, and then I will conclude. And I am being conscious of the time, but I also there's a lot that I was requested to include in my report. So the letter reads, at the request of Dr. Tejada, I am submitting the summary report for the purposes of describing the ICER writing process thus far, addressing the issue of faculty participation therein, and outlining steps to come. In the fall of 2020 semester, the Academic Senate President appointed me as Vice President of the Academic Senate to serve as faculty co-chair of the Accreditation Steering Committee. The Academic Senate Executive Committee approved my appointment on September 1st of 2020, and in October of 2020, Dr. Kraft decided that the ICER writing process would be undertaken by voluntary writing teams comprised of representatives from each constituent group, and that no reassigned time or additional compensation would be provided for those involved in this accreditation work. Although faculty roles and involvement in accreditation processes is a 10+1, Napa Valley College has no mutually agreed upon accreditation procedure in place. Soon after, as the co-chairs were assembling writing teams, the Academic Senate President decided to appoint writing teams faculty from out of the Academic Senate Executive Committee. A former two-term ACC-JC commissioner, the Academic Senate president believed that in the current climate, it was unreasonable to ask faculty to devote without compensation the considerable amount of time and resources needed to complete the ICER. She concluded that members of the executive committee would be better suited to the task due to the relative flexibility offered by the reassigned time that most academic senate officers and committees receive. As Dr. Tejada told the Academic Senate at the time, this seemed the most ethical and equitable solution to the problem of uncompensated faculty participation in the accreditation process. The Academic Senate approved her appointments on November 10th of 2020. Although the accreditation co-chairs held several trainings toward the end of the semester, for many writing teams, the work of researching and drafting the first responses to the standards did not begin in earnest until January 2021. With the first draft deadline of March 20 for many teams in the timeline and workload proved intense. There were more trainings, weekly meetings, and hours of research, correspondence, and writing and revising. Through both my observations as co-chair and my experiences serving as the faculty representative on 3 writing teams, I believe 30 to 40 hours of total work by mid-March is a reasonable estimation of the time commitment asked of each active writing team member.
President Baker, can I make a motion just to table Dr. Tejada's report to the end of the agenda?
Do we have a second for that? I mean, if we have,
Rules second. And I mean, no disrespect to you, Dr. Tejada, I just, in the purpose of hearing other folks' reports.
or perhaps we could have the report added and write in as an attachment to the board docs so that we can all review it again later as well.
I'd withdraw my motion if that was the case.
I don't know if that's an option that we can do at this time or not.
Okay.
Dr. Tejada, do you think that perhaps you could wrap up in about 60 seconds?
Well, I can go ahead and submit the report in writing. I just want to make it clear that the writing of the ICER does not have faculty input in it because of the workload. And I do want it documented and included in the board minutes that we did bring this report, that we did try to get you folks to listen, and that we are really struggling to honor knowing the importance of accreditation, knowing that it's a 10+1, and also knowing that we don't have a...
President Baker, I'd like to continue on with the motion, please.
All right, then, since we have a second, can I guess we'll go through our votes. So hold on just a moment, I'm sorry. So we have a motion to move Dr. Tejada's report to the end of the agenda, or I can also give her the option if she does not want to stay with us to the bitter end, she can please give us a written copy that we can attach with our minutes as well as in the board docs. And so let's see, hold on. Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Nay.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Goff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I as well will vote aye, and will respectfully ask Dr. Tejada to please, if you would like to stay with us, we would be happy to hear the remainder of your report at the end of the agenda. However, if you need to leave, by all means, please submit a written report. In fact, it would probably be a good idea to do that anyway. So thank you. So then we'll be moving to 9.2, which would be the Administrative and Confidential Senate Report. Robert Harris, are you with us this evening?
Yes, I am. Good evening, board, colleagues, and guests. The Administrative Senate has been working diligently this year to help the college move forward in providing the best possible education to our students, while working side by side with our faculty and classified professional colleagues to support the mission and vision of the college. This year, hopefully the last of the pandemic, the Administrative Senate has been successful in creating a statement of ethics for the administrative confidential staff and developed and implemented a process to create broad participation of our constituents in a variety of college processes such as campus committees, search committees, and leadership opportunities. Obviously, this past year has not been without its bumps and hiccups. However, as is the norm at Napa Valley College, and with a philosophy of we rather than us and them, we, the campus, have persevered and conquered a multitude of challenges via teamwork and camaraderie while continuing the good work with our colleagues of creating a more supportive, more engaging, more inclusive, more diverse, and a better campus as we look toward the future. Accreditation processes are moving. The summer will be a time of professional development opportunities, planning, and preparing for the 21-22 academic year, a time to refresh, renew, and refocus. And finally, the Administrative Senate officers and Executive Board for the next several years were selected, and the incumbents will remain the same in the same role. So I'll be the president. Maria Villagomez, tonight's recipient of the ACOY Award, will be vice president. Secretary is Jerry Dunlap, and the treasurer will be Christine Tapia. On behalf of all the administrative confidential employees on campus, thank you for all you have done to keep the focus on our students and to help them achieve greatness. We look forward to working with the board and all campus constituencies in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Harris. So now we have Associate Students of Napa Valley College report. Is Yusby Jimenez with us this evening?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi. For my report, I would just like to catch everyone up on what we've been doing this past month. We have worked hard on the commencement. We are actually offering a photo booth, a printable on-site photo booth, and you will also be receiving digital photos. So we also have that, and we're having a banner that we will decorate so people could take both photos, and we will be handing out goodie bags along with the food basket. We have donated a lot of supplies to the food basket, and we are still purchasing more to be donated and given out to the students on the day of commencement. Regarding elections, the elections have passed, and we have a new president, Marcus Texas, and the same secretary, Janine Bisono, and a new student trustee, David Gonzalez. So far, we have no more meetings because we have decided to do trainings for our last 2 weekly meetings. We felt like that we needed to have been trained a lot more regarding both Brown Act, student government in general, and meeting, like especially Zoom meetings now. So we have decided to do some training with SSCCC and Amber Wade. Tomorrow we will be having our bylaws committee meeting when we will decide on a few changes to both the bylaws and the Constitution. And because this is my last report, I would just like to say thank you all for giving me this opportunity to sit in here and report out what ASMBC is doing. I would also like to have you guys know that I will be volunteering my time during the summer to help train the new ASMBC. And I am currently working on packets, role packets, so that the next ASMBC knows what their role is and is able to reference anything if needed. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. And no need to thank us. We're here for you. So let's see, our 9.4 Classified Association Report. Valerie Mull, are you here? I thought I saw your name up here.
I'm
earlier.
here.
Yes, you're here.
I am now unmuted. Thank you. On behalf of the Napa Valley College classified professionals, I want to congratulate everyone that's been recognized this evening, especially our own Mark Craddy, and this is a tough one. His retirement is well deserved, but it's happening in just a week or two. So it's he is someone we will all miss very deeply. We are all especially proud of our students, our student scholars, our athletes, and the officers. Because as classified professionals, we appreciate that this is what we are here for, to facilitate their success. And also, as classified professionals, we're here to support faculty and administration to that same end. And that's what makes this such a wonderful place to work and retire from eventually. As for the regular business of the classified union, we carry on with monthly membership meetings, elections, bargaining, and are currently working with faculty to plan fall flex day activities. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have classified Senate report. Martin Shoemaker, President, are you here with us? I see your box, but you are muted. Okay, well, I'm going to move on, and Mr. Shoemaker, we can come back to you if you, oh, you just unmuted yourself. I saw it happen.
Sorry about that. Let me try this one more time. Yeah, well, the classified, we've been pretty busy working, getting ready for the graduation, and sprucing up everything for the drive-by graduation and stuff. And we too will miss Mark. He's somebody else. There's only one Mark, so he leaves a mark on you. And on the good side, our mail clerk Alejandro, he's getting ready. He's graduating the 29th also, and he'll be going to Chico State. That's our mail clerk. So I just want to give a heads up to Charo that we might need to fill that position. But yeah, everything's good. Can't get better than be in the Yay area. You know, Warriors look good, Giants look good, A's look good, we look good, you guys look good. Okay, you guys have a great day.
Thank you. Yeah. Be hard to, you could do a lot of things remotely, but you can't sort mail from Chico. So, all right, then moving on to 9.6, Faculty Association report. Ms. Christy Iwamoto, are you here with us this evening?
I am here.
All right.
Good evening, board. I wanted to congratulate our award winners tonight, Dean Villagomez, Kathy Gillis, Jeanette Clendon, and Jennifer King, among them in faculty, as well as our student awardees as well. And I wanted to tell our retirees, both faculty and classified, how much we're going to miss them very much. I said this in our union meeting this afternoon. I said, you know, we talk about a time when we're all going to be back to normal, but because you are gone, we will not be the same. And I think we are going to feel it. We don't know how badly even we're going to feel it yet, because their absence is definitely something that we will feel. I do want to go on record as saying that on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Tejada, I think that faculty voice is important and it must be heard in this venue, even if it's a lot of information and it's not always good news. And on that note, I actually, negotiations are ongoing, as they often are. And I do have a presentation tonight, a short PowerPoint presentation. But at this point, I would like to call up my negotiator, Michael Gianvecchio, to report on our negotiations. He wrote the PowerPoint, and I feel like he is the right person to deliver it. He and my lead negotiator, Forrest Quinlan, and our other negotiator, Lisa Yanover, have put in literally hundreds of hours on the research over the last year. So, so right now, Michael, I would like you to go ahead and take the rest of my time.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a nice evening. Catherine, if you could go ahead and open up the PDF. So I'm going to be going over a negotiations update. Let's go ahead and just jump to the first page. Right. So as you may be aware, the Faculty Association of the district met yesterday to exchange proposals. And during that meeting, the district presented a proposal with a request that the proposal be voted upon by the association. Today, the Faculty Association met and discussed the proposal. And during that meeting, there were some frustrations that were brought forth by the faculty, and we wanted to present them to you, for your information. Could you please go to the next page? So the first frustration is the current rank of Napa Valley College is somewhere between 70 and 72. When we started negotiations last year, faculty salaries were at 67th. And this was in spite of the fact that 3 years ago, we put into our contract Article 26, which included an objective that both parties were to try and increase faculty salaries into the 66th percentile. And during that 3-year period of time, because of the college's basic aid status, revenues have increased substantially. And yet, with no salary increase in 2020, 2021, faculty salaries have now declined into the 70 to 72 rank. If you could go to the next page. So on the right-hand side, you can see the most up-to-date information. This comes from Santa Rosa. They go through and they collect information on salary rank by step. And you can see at step 1, we are 72 out of 72. At step 2, we are 72 out of 72, and so on. There's only one step where we break out above step 70, and that's at step 16, where we managed to achieve rank 69. And so to sum up the frustration of the Napa faculty, and that is that we achieved basic aid status, and 4 years passed with college revenues increasing by over $5 million. And during that time period, the Napa Valley College faculty salary rank has fallen instead of risen. Napa Valley College faculty are now arguably the lowest paid faculty in California at a community college. And that's at a college that has basic aid status, that has more revenue than other colleges do because of that. And again, that also occurred in an era after we went through and put Article 26 into our contract, and it was mutually agreed upon that an objective was to move salary rank higher, not lower. So that's the first frustration. Could you please move to the next page? The next frustration is that there was no salary increase in 2020, 2021. Last spring, before COVID, the district presented an offer to increase faculty salaries by 6%. When COVID hit, the 6% salary increase was rescinded. Instead, and I should make this clear, the information that I'm presenting in this presentation comes from the budget information that's presented publicly on the Napa Valley College website. So only recently, in just a few hours ago, did the Faculty Association receive the actual budget results for each year. And so everything in this comes from the budget, the projected budget that's on the website, and not from the actual budget results. I just need to make that clear, clarify that. But from the budget results, that are on the website, the district elected to, instead of increasing faculty salaries by 6%, the district elected to spend 20% on administrative salaries for the second consecutive year. So this was not a one-time thing. This was the second year that this happened. And those two amounts are roughly similar, 20% on administration versus 6% for faculty. So since then, at no point in our negotiations over the last year has the district prioritized offsetting this loss. So the 6%, it's like it never happened. Any discussion of using COVID relief funds to adjust for the 6% were immediately squashed. Could you please move to the next page? On top of that, the proposal from the district that's currently been made is a reduced offer in year 1, using the justification that local revenues will recover slowly. But just to put it all and tie it all into a knot, During COVID, the district chose a second year of increases in admin spending over working on Article 26 and over preventing faculty from dropping to arguably the lowest salary rank in California. And then during negotiations, the district has obstinately refused any attempt to try and quickly compensate faculty for the loss of the 6%. So that is the second of our frustrations. Could you move to the next page? Another frustration is that due to the back-to-back 20% increases in admin spending, spending has increased by 53% over the last 2 years, according to the budget information that's on the website. During those 2 years, so I need to repeat that, admin spending has increased by 53% over 2 years. During those 2 years, spending on admin has consumed 56% of all new salary spending. Normally, spending on administration takes up about 15% of salaries. So if you go through and you do the math there, I'm a math faculty member, I didn't introduce myself, but admin received over 7 years of its share of new spending over the past 2 years during an era when faculty were trying to rise using that Article 26. The effect of this splurge on administration has been to drastically restructure the salary proportions at Napa Valley College. Faculty have fallen to lows not seen since right after the Great Recession, while admin have spiked to the highest percent of salaries ever. And if you could move to the next page. So I've included a chart here for your, for you to see. And so the orange represents the admin, and you could see for the past decade, we're in the 14 to 16% range. From looking at other colleges, that is fairly normal. And in the last 2 years have spiked all the way up to near 20%, an all-time high by a significant margin. Meanwhile, that spike has come at the cost of faculty who have seen their proportion of the budget fall from 57.5% pre-basic aid, and over the last 2 years, all the way back down to near the lows that occurred right after the Great Recession when faculty had not seen a salary increase in over 7 years. That is something that faculty find frustrating, is that the amount of resources that are being put into administration and really in lieu of being put into faculty. Could you move to the next page? Despite all of those frustrations, the Faculty Association does intend to vote on the completed contract, including the proposal from the district. And we will see what happens. That is my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
And that is also my report. So thank you very much, everyone.
And thank you very much. All right, then. So we are now on to 9.7, President and Cabinet Reports. So I'm going to turn this over now to Dr. Kraft.
Thank you. Thank you. Basically, we're listening to the Council of Presidents, and so are the Senate Presidents and the Classified Association and Faculty Association. Appreciate your reports. Let's dive into some pretty good news in terms of the foundation update. Jessica Thomason, the Executive Director, is joining us, and then we'll work through accreditation, public affairs, technology, some fall planning and housing, and hopefully provide some information for the board and the stakeholders listening. Jessica, if you're out there.
Dr. Kraft, this is Holly Dawson. Jessica had to leave to take care of her little ones and asked me to give a brief update on her behalf.
Awesome. Thank you, Holly.
If you don't mind. So trustees, she asked me to share 3 things with you. One is that the foundation board is in the process of implementing or beginning steps for a strategic plan for the next 3 years. And they have sent out a survey and they are asking you to make sure to respond by June 1. They'll resend just in case, but if you can please check your email. Number 2, if you haven't seen, we'll make sure that you get a copy of the auction postcard. I think it was shared online in previous board meetings, but we'll make sure it gets into your inbox. And you can preview auction lots now, and the live bidding begins on May 19th. You are encouraged to visit and bid often and bid high. And finally, number 3, the foundation is in the process of issuing its scholarship checks, and 133 students, 237 total scholarships, $178,900 will be awarded this year. And that is my very brief report on behalf of Jessica, the foundation executive director.
Wonderful. Thank you. A big thanks to the foundation. Malcolm DeSayas, the president, and Jessica and team have really revitalized the foundation. And I'm excited about the community getting behind basically this is for scholarships for our students, for projects that support teaching, learning, and facilities in the college. So it's a very altruistic group, and I give my hats off to them. We have an accreditation update. And by the way, I left off that one of the cabinet reports is an Oscars area, and we'll touch that with Patty Morgan. So accreditation, if we can do that. Thank you all.
Okay, good evening, board. It's the Robin Show this evening because Jim unfortunately isn't able to be with us or join us this evening. So he put it in my hands, but we coordinate all of our reports to you together. So he is lurking behind the scenes here in some way, shape, or form. So Catherine, if I could get you to advance the slide, please. Thank you. So I'm just picking up where we left off for you guys last month. We had our first drafts from all of the writing teams were due back on March 19th. And so last month at around this time, we were reviewing all of those drafts. Jim and I had extensive meetings and made sure we're on the same page about all of our feedback. And then we provided feedback to all of the writing teams on their first drafts. We did kind of a 3-pronged approach to that that entailed about a third of our writing teams got very detailed written comments from us via email. Another third, Jim and I are serving on those teams ourselves, so we individually liaised with our respective teams. And then finally, we had in-depth Zoom meetings with about a third of our team so that they could have an opportunity to ask us clarifying questions. And those tended to be some of the standards that had the largest set of standards within them. So that's all wrapped up now. And so the writing teams are now engaged in working on their second drafts based on the feedback that we gave them on their first ones. I will say that we did receive a lot of very positive comments from people about how it really helps them refine their thinking. They expect the second draft to be a lot more streamlined based on the guidance that we provided. So that was nice to hear. The second drafts are due about a week from today on May 21st. And so our anticipated summer activities include incorporating consistency across the ICER draft. So in terms of the approach and what's written in each of the required sections, avoiding any repetition, making sure that we're using similar acronyms and wording throughout. We will then complete drafts of all portions of the ICER. That's really beyond the responses to the standards. There are several required sections of the ICER that are not being addressed by our writing teams, but are falling to me and Jim as co-chairs. The Accreditation Steering Committee will be reviewing the second draft toward the end of the summer. And then we will also, we hope, this is time permitting, to embed the evidence that all of the teams have collected directly into the third draft so that that will help facilitate the review by the campus community. Can't make any promises at this point because it does depend on how thorough and organized the evidence is that we receive from all of our writing teams, but that's certainly one of the aims. And then the idea is that the third draft, there will be very minimal refinement between drafts 2 and 3. So that is what I have for you all tonight.
Thank you, Robin. If the board has any questions on accreditation and the ICER itself, you can feel free to reach out to me or Catherine, and we'll connect you with Robin too. And Robin, part of RIPPY, we always abbreviate that, research, planning, and institutional effectiveness is to guide that process. It is that administrative role that you're doing such a good job with, Robin, and I thank you so much. Okay, onward and upward to Public Affairs and Communications, PA&C.
Yeah, we're still thinking it might be PACOM. I haven't come up with it yet, and I'm working on it. It's branding. Thank you, Dr. Kraft and trustees. I'm happy to be here this evening again. Earlier this evening with the presentations, the May board meeting is always my favorite board meeting because we celebrate the staff and the faculty and the students and the people who make up Napa Valley College, and it's the stories. And really now during these crazy times, we've had to reevaluate marketing and communications because the old stuff that we used to do doesn't work anymore. Times have changed, particularly in light of the pandemic and its effect on our staff and our students and our community. And storytelling is really the way we do marketing now. We have to return to our roots, sort of this grassroots focus, and create partnerships, use trusted messengers, and tell stories. And most of our efforts telling stories are through local media, social media, and our website. And of course, I'm not talking about the current website, I'm talking about the future website. And on the agenda a little later tonight for your consideration is the contract for Modern Campus for OmniCMS to design the web content management system for Napa Valley College's public-facing website. I've shared those plans at previous meetings, so I don't intend to go into detail tonight, but I'm excited about the ability to move that project forward. And when we get to that agenda item, I am, of course, happy to address any questions you might have. But in the meantime, I want to share just a little bit about some of the stories that we are telling. Today in Napa Valley Registers, you may have seen stories about our car choir, auditions for the Shakespeare Summer Stroll, and the encore performance of a chorus line, which is taking place tomorrow night. We also recently shared stories about our McPherson Award winners and our partnership with the Napa Valley Vintners and the United Negro College Fund. We're working on stories about the recipient you heard tonight of the Dr. Ed Schenk Excellence in Student Service Award, the multiple PTK awards received this year, our new college and career access pathways partnerships, which is also on the agenda tonight, our first 2 graduates of our LGBT program, and a former sous chef of Meadowood, who is now a student at Napa Valley College taking accounting classes and planning to complete his certificate and then transfer to a 4-year institution to get his bachelor's degree in finance. Those student success stories really tell the story about Napa Valley College and why we make a difference and how we have an impact on students' lives. But since visuals are more engaging, I want to share a little bit about some of the April frontline communication campaigns that we have implemented, which leverage the initiatives that were coming out of the Chancellor's office. Ali Scholl on my team, our digital marketing and communication specialist, and our rock star, has done a terrific job taking these statewide campaigns and making them our own. If you can click on that first link, please. Thank you. So we participated in the inaugural Social Media Advocacy Week by deploying daily communications on social media. And we leveraged the daily campaign. You can go to the next one. We leveraged the daily campaign focus to share stories about our students and our success in addressing their needs as community college students. Each day had a different theme. So if we go to the next one, it was Motivation Monday. So you can see here we shared a story about a student. We'll go to the next one, please. Transfer Tuesday, more stories about some of our wonderful students. Next one, please. Workforce Wednesday. And I'm not going to play this whole video because it is 7 minutes. So I'm going to give you about 30 seconds of it. A good idea.
Napa Valley College is such a great resource for people that are going back to school or for new students that just graduate from high school.
Everybody comes in here with a different idea of what they want to get out of it. In the last few years, we've really developed our relationship with the Napa Valley College to help support their program so that we have people coming out of their program that can do what we do.
Next slide. I want to leave them wanting more. Thank you. So next I'm going to go on and share. We did Thriving Thursday. And finally, if we go to the last slide, the next slide, Funding Friday. And finally, the next slide, we were very excited when the Chancellor's office sent out this email, which went to everybody in the entire system. And it was to say, thank you for participating in this campaign. And it specifically highlighted our campaign in its recap for Transfer Tuesday and the work that we did. So congratulations to Allie for her efforts. And it was a really great acknowledgement. I'm going to ask you to click on that next link now. This was the Chancellor's Office Black Student Success Week. And again, we used the opportunity to highlight our student community and our student support services. You can go to the next one, please. We highlighted the Black Hour, which was a daily series of webinars that were put out by the Chancellor's Office. Next. We highlighted our own Umoja Learning community. Next. Some of our students. Here you see Samia Fields. Next. Our staff, Jeanette McClendon, who you heard lots about this evening. And finally, 2 more slides, Takesha Thomas, and next, Elijah Simmons, both 2 of our students. So it was a great opportunity for us to be able to share stories about our students and celebrate our Umoja Learning Program and celebrate Black student success. And finally, Catherine, I'm going to ask you to go to that final link. So we have also been working very closely with the Office of Student Affairs on the 2021 commencement, particularly the virtual component of the hybrid ceremony. And we wanted to create a video that we could share that really celebrated our students and what they have been through and what they have accomplished and what they've done at Napa Valley College. But we didn't want a bunch of videos of kids wearing and adults wearing masks. And we didn't want a bunch of images from Zoom. So we were very fortunate that we have a local filmmaker that we have been working with to create a series of videos for career ed. And Zach Green had lots of raw footage. And so we worked with him to take that raw footage and to find some clips that we could use to celebrate our diverse community at Napa Valley College. And while what I'm about to share is intended for our virtual commencement ceremony, and we will use it for that, we intend to tweak the beginning and the end, and then create a more generic video that we can then share on our social media, on our website, and other places. So if you can go to the next slide and play, please. Thank you. I just want to thank you all for your time this evening. I appreciate this opportunity to come to you and just give you a little taste of what we're doing in public affairs and communications and the stories that we're telling. Again, I want to thank Allie for all her hard work and thank all of you for your support.
Thank you, Holly. It's all about the students. It's been the mantra that we've carried for a long time, and we are all here, focusing on that student success. Technology update. Bob is going to present a few things. There's more to come on technology, both between this meeting and next, and at the next meeting. But Bob is going to give us an update tonight.
Yes, thank you. So just wanted to acknowledge the fact that since we last met, we experienced another technology issue with our single sign-on system. It was about 2 weeks ago. Our single sign-on system failed. It was not an equipment failure. It was a certificate issue on that particular server. But as a result, it shut down our single sign-on system. We were preparing to shift the following week to a cloud-based single sign-on system. So it was determined that we would just accelerate that shift. We did the shift, but we saw unfortunately, some unanticipated problems that prevented some students from signing on. After a few days and quite a bit of triage and assistance from the folks in the Welcome Center and additional staff pitching in with the Welcome Center, we did resolve most of the issues where we still had one or two systems that weren't working through single sign-on, but we got those resolved by the end of the week. And so at this point, we are reviewing the processes to see what went wrong. What happened that we did not anticipate, and how we could have better anticipated those issues. And so, as Dr. Kraft said, we continue to review what we did, how we can do it better, and we will have more to report to you at the next board meeting on the additional steps that we're taking to hopefully prevent issues like this from happening in the future. Dr. Kraft, you're muted.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know I have feedback and I'm not quite sure why, so I keep muting myself. Why don't we segue to the housing and we'll come back to the fall planning, okay?
Perfect. And this is a very quick report just to keep you updated on the progress that we're making on student housing. And we continue to move forward. Our architects are responding. Our architects and our contractor are responding to questions from the Division of State Architects. So we continue to be in contact with them. And probably most importantly, we are making progress in preparing the documents that we will need for financial close, the ground lease, coordination agreement, and things of that nature. So we continue to have meetings. We just had a meeting this morning with Citibank and the Martin Group and everyone who is involved in the process. And you will be seeing on upcoming board agendas, probably not until July or August, but some documents for you to approve, which will lead us to that financial close, which leads us to groundbreaking in the fall of this year. So moving forward with housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks. It's coming along with a lot more updates as we go into the summer and especially the fall. Well, fall planning update. When I hired Sarah Parker, very excited about that. Neither of us saw the COVID coming up, nor all of these issues, and she's going to present her conversations and the planning that's gone on with faculty and the student and the Academic Affairs Council. Sarah, you're there somewhere.
I'm here, yes, and I'm just going to provide a brief update about our plans for fall, but I want to start first with summer because our summer enrollment is in open registration right now, and the numbers are tracking with last summer at the same point in registration, which is a very good sign after this last year, since our numbers last summer were actually up from years prior. We are also offering approximately 20 additional sections this summer, and our outreach and marketing, as you just saw, along with the recent counselor luncheon and increasing numbers of dual enrollment students, all I think provide optimism around our summer session. Then we look to fall, and as of this week, our fall schedule is live, which means you can go and look at what classes we'll be offering. And on May 18th, our first priority group can begin to enroll in fall. New students can begin to enroll for fall classes on June 15th. Our fall schedule is the collaborative result of a lot of conversations that took place over the course of spring semester. As I've shared with you before, our schedule goes through 3 official iterations, but really even more than that. And we have to plan out far ahead of, in this case, what we can only anticipate what reality will look like in August when we first started building our schedule in February and March. So what we've arrived at is that our fall schedule has approximately 200 sections that will be held either fully or partially on campus, and we'll be offering in-person options across every single one of our disciplines. As we plan ahead, we continue to have to operate under the higher education guidance that uses the tiered system that we're all familiar with various restrictions. And this higher education guidance has not yet been updated from many, many months ago when we were in quite a different situation with the pandemic. I mean, we're so fortunate that we're not. But this does mean that we continue to adhere to strict capacity limits and spacing requirements for our in-person classes. And in order, under those restrictions, to preserve access for as many students as we want to serve, we will continue to offer more online classes than in-person classes in the fall. I really see fall as a transitional semester for us as the situation continues to improve. I look forward to the shift back to in-person offerings over the course of academic year 21-22, and especially so in spring semester. And finally, on enrollment, I want to say that we are starting to be able to do some analysis of our overall enrollment trends across 2021 in comparison to prior years, and have had some really excellent conversations in Academic Affairs Council, which is comprised of academic administrators and faculty chairs, around strategic enrollment. And next month, I look forward to sharing with you more detailed data related to enrollment trends. I'd like to end my report by congratulating Dr. Tejada on her recent re-election as Academic Senate President. Additionally, I'd like to extend congratulations to Dr. McGowan as the first Vice President and Professor Kinesi as the second Vice President, along with all of the other members of the Executive Board, and to thank them for their committed service in these key campus leadership roles. And I look forward to our continued partnership in support of student success. This concludes my report, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Hearing none, let me just say briefly, in my meetings with statewide meetings with the CEOs and the chancellor, we're pretty much on track. I think, and faculty and leadership, and certainly we've shared it at the academic senate level with that leadership. We seem to be, sorry about background noise, if there is some. We seem to be on track in tandem or in step with other colleges. Most colleges are undergoing a severe enrollment issue. We're focused, I think, strongly on what we've been talking about. It's all about the students, getting those students here. I would encourage you finally, a lot of comment tonight, and I can feel the frustrations, and perspectives from all sides. We are here for students, and commencement is coming up, and that is the payoff for all of us. We're in this business, I think, because we really want to change lives. So I'm excited for all of that. Thank you all so far. Patty's going to share just how, some of the dollars coming in have benefited students directly. And if you would do that, Patty Morgan, through Oscar's Shop, please.
Hi, good evening. Catherine, if you could, thank you. So I had a larger presentation, but I pared it down to 2 minutes because we were going to run really long tonight. So we have been providing emergency relief grants for students since the beginning of the pandemic. Our first big pot of money came through with the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security's CARES Act. This is the first of the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund grants that are coming through. This was for students, for direct aid to students, $1.06 million that went out to students. We also had CARES Act minority serving institution funds, and that was the ANAPESI and our HSI. Those funds came directly to the Office of Student Affairs, Oscar DeHaro, and at Equity and Inclusivity, Robin Darkangelo, worked with us to get that money out to students as well. The second is the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, CRRSA, C-R-R-S-A-A. That's the HERF, the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund 2 supplemental grant. So that was an additional $1.06 million that we were able to get out to students. So the first CARES Act fund came to us in spring of 2020. Our CRRSA, this second HERF fund, came to us in spring of 2021. And so our first group of students, and if we can kind of scroll up, please, Catherine. We had at the very beginning of, you can go to the chart. At the very beginning of the spring 21 or 20 semester, when we were just getting into the whole COVID pandemic, the Napa Valley College Foundation stepped up and came up with about $56,000 of funds to help students with emergency relief grants. In addition to that, Equity and Inclusivity was able to bring in some additional funding through the equity funding, the state funding, to provide basic skills and student equity grants added to that pot. We then got the CARES Act money. And so using the foundation application, we were able to get money out to students fairly quickly. We started paying out in early May of 2020, dispersing as many funds as we could to students. Once the foundation and the equity money ran out, it was only the CARES Act. So we continued to use those applications and get money out to students. So the chart that you see here are basically all the numbers for the last year. So our CARES Act, we dispersed all of our money over the last year, helping not only students who had extraordinary needs, but we also helped our student athletes and our HealthOx students who needed funding for testing for their classes so that they could do their clinicals and work in the hospitals. Some groups of students were quarantined because one or another member tested positive, so everybody had to quarantine. So we were able to use those CARES Act funds to get money into the hands of students. About once a month, we were dispersing money for those students. Just recently, we spent the entire the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Grant just before our spring break. We were able to get that entire fund out to students. There were restrictions with that HERF2 money, in that we could only pay students who were federal aid eligible, U.S. citizens, eligible non-citizens at that time. So we dispersed all the money that we could out to students. We didn't bother with having students apply. We just got it into their hands. So you can see here the award amounts that of the money we dispersed. Some of them we had ranges depending on the needs of the students, the totals by awards, and basically we were able to disperse $2.682 million over the last year to 4,100, almost 4,200 students. So we're really glad that we were able to get these additional funds. We also have one additional fund, the Higher Education Relief Act or relief funds, HERF 3, which is the American Rescue Plan. That's about $3 million. Or a little over $3 million that'll go to students over 3 years. And so we'll start working on that coming up in this next semester. And I will leave you to read the rest of this document at a later date. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer those.
Yeah, I just want to add, if I could, to just add one comment. I want to thank Patty and her staff for this exceptional work. Because this work that was done in the name of and benefit of our students was done aside from or on top of the regular financial aid processing and awarding that the office does annually. And in student affairs, we have a motto, that I introduced a few years back, and it's students are our business, our only business. And Patty here and her staff have exhibited that motto, as well as other areas in student affairs, if not all the areas in student affairs. And so I want to thank you, Patty, and your staff for an exceptional job. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you all. I'm sorry. That concludes the president's report. I think we got everybody. And thank you, Oscar and Patty, very much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very, very much. Okay, so we are moving on to business now. We have our consent calendar. And do we have, oh, I've got to get back up to the right place. Hold on just a moment. Do we have any items that need to be pulled for discussion?
Move approval, Baldini, trustee.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And before we vote, I want to see, is there any public comment on this item? Hearing none.
I have received no public comment.
Alrighty then. If we have no discussion, then we have our first was from Baldini and second was Rios. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So, Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Goff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I will also vote aye, so that takes us to unanimous vote for the consent agenda. So the next thing we have on our agenda is the results of faculty chair election, number 11.1. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right then. So can I get an action? Ask for a motion, please, to approve.
Move for approval.
That was Trustee Dodd.
Trustee Iverson, sorry.
Iverson, sorry. I'm trying to recognize your guys' your voices. Iverson. And do I need a second, please?
Trustee Dodd, second.
Trustee Dodd, second. So Iverson for first and Dodd for second. And then let's see. Let's get Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Goff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And then I will also vote aye, so we have a unanimous passing of that motion. And then we're going to 11.2, college and career access pathways agreements. And Dr. Parker, do you have something to share with us?
Yes, I do. Actually, I'm going to ask Catherine if she could open up the couple of PowerPoint slides.
I think it was this one. There we go.
That's it. Before I begin my introduction of these agreements, I want to note a small correction related to the description for this agenda item. due to a recent change to legislation, these agreements no longer require a reading prior to approval. In other words, they do not need to come to you twice, so the board may take action on them at a single meeting, and that's different from in the past. Okay, so dual enrollment is this broad term, and it refers to students that we share with other educational partners. So students that are high school students and Napa Valley College students. But there's a special category of dual enrollment, and these are our College and Career Access Pathway, or CCAP students. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. The next couple slides, they're posted here for your view if you're interested. It just kind of clarifies a little bit of the difference between these categories of students, the ones that are in our CCAP classes, which are the agreements before you this evening, and our other dual enrollment students or non-CCAP students who are not taking classes during their high school day on their own campuses, but rather are taking NVC classes here on our campus or in the evening, or sometimes on their own campuses, but after their regular high school hours. One of the things that's really amazing about CCAP agreements is the intention behind the creation of them, behind the legislation and the creation of the opportunity to offer them. They're meant to create seamless pathways to community college for career and technical education or transfer, with the goal of improving high school graduation rates or college and career readiness. And there are multiple benefits to CCAP agreements. So a lot of research has demonstrated that students who participate experience reduced time to degree completion, increased college attainment, and that participation in CCAP courses help close achievement gaps for underrepresented students. Go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Again, this is just some information for you all in terms of the difference between CCAP and non-CCAP classes and how they're organized. Go ahead and move to the next slide. I'm really excited to send these 3 CCAP agreements forward to you for consideration with Napa Valley Unified School District, St. Helena Unified School District, and Calistoga Joint Unified School District. Cumulatively, you can see that we will be offering a dramatic increase in the number of sections and the students that will be served over next academic year from last year, with 12 sections, 2 sections, and 13 sections respectively offered at each site. There's a couple of other updates to the CCAP agreements from the past. One of those differences is that our CCAP agreements this year are 2-year agreements instead of 1-year agreements. I think this speaks to the relationships that we have between Napa Valley College and the Unified School Districts. And we've also added flexibility across the course of those 2 years so that we can coordinate with one another as needs and opportunities arise and reflect those changes along the way in updated appendices that are mutually agreed upon in terms of the classes that we're offering. In a recent joint meeting between Napa Valley Unified School District and NVC academic administrators, we brainstormed ways to ensure that our partnership in CCAP and beyond can continue to expand. There's just so much interest from our partner schools and so much potential. So I'm really excited about the future, and I'm glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Anyone have any questions? If not, we can go ahead and take a motion to approve these agreements.
I'll motion to approve.
All right, Trustee Goff, do we have a second?
Baldini, trustee,
Yes.
second.
I think Baldini beat you to it. So we have a first from Trustee Goff, second from Trustee Baldini. Trustee Inez, how do you vote? Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Do we have any discussion or public comment on this before we go forward?
I'm sorry, we have no public comment.
Okay, and do we have any discussion? Nope. All right, now, Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Goff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I will vote aye as well. So we have unanimous passing of those agreements. So now we are on to 11.3, curriculum changes for spring 2021. Do we have any public comment on any of these?
We do not.
And I don't think we have any presentation, so we can go ahead and just have a motion and a second.
Motion to approve, Trustee Dodd.
Trustee Dodd, second.
I'll second. Trustee Goff?
Okay, so a first from Trustee Dodd and a second from Trustee Goff. Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Goff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I as well will vote aye. So that means we have passed that one as well. So, and 12.1 was pulled. So we have 12.2, review of policy on community use of college facilities. So Catherine, will you please open up that policy? And I believe we're also going to be looking at the procedures on this one. I know there has been a great deal of interest in using not just our facilities, but just our spaces in general. So we, and I know there's interest from several of our board members, myself included, in making certain that we make our college available to the community as much as we can. And so we wanted to make certain that there's nothing in our policy that's going to create any issues. And was Bob going to talk? I think someone was going to talk to us a little bit about what we might be able to do with our internal operations to maybe kind of make things a little easier for folks.
Certainly. So the board policy itself is at a very high level and just authorizes the use through the Civic Center Act, authorizes the use of our facilities. It's really in the administrative procedure that and the way that we execute the administrative procedure. That's really where the way that a member of the public would ask to use our facilities, the requirements that we would put in place for someone to use our facilities. And it's really in that administrative procedure that goes along with the board policy, as well as in the way that staff execute that administrative procedure. I think that's where the discussion would take place, or where the confusion, frustration, I'm not sure what the appropriate word is to use, but that there are some concerns that have been expressed to members of the board by members of the public about access to our facilities on campus. And again, that's not the policy, that's really the administrative procedure and the execution of the administrative procedure.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, in reviewing the policy, I don't see anything that really needs to be changed because, as you said, it's kind of at a high level. But I know, this is just a discussion item. So if others have input that they want to throw in, by all means, I'm thinking, primarily we just want to do what we can to make it equitable and make it simple. And then I think that part of the issue might be that because there is so much interest and it's not just limited to the PAC or something like that, that there are multiple departments that might be affected by this. And so want to try to maybe streamline things or something. So perhaps that's something that we can direct staff to take a look at and see if there's a way that we can adjust our internal processes to make it simple and easy for members of the public to see what their options are, see what the requirements are, and then anything we could do to digitize those processes would be better. So
Right.
if anyone else has anything they'd like to add to that.
So what exactly is the administrative procedure, and at what point would the board weigh in on that procedure? I guess, is it like a per use, per basis, or?
Well, I'm not sure that, do we, since this isn't really a policy.
That was my other question.
Yeah, I think that our influence is primarily just in terms of instructing staff to fix it. I don't know if that's something like, that it's up to you guys how you want to tackle that. But I know I would like to certainly see something that is very simple and easy for anyone from the public to jump on our website and see what their options are, see what's available, if there, if even an option for calendaring or things like that, and contracts and anything that needs to be processed, that we can make it really easy to understand and simple to navigate, and then also make it simple on the inside for us as well. Because this is also a potential moneymaker for us, and so we don't want to turn people away by being frustrated.
Trustee Baker, would it make sense for staff to present what the process currently is, perhaps at the next board meeting?
That could definitely be helpful. It's definitely a good start. And especially if there's any disparate differences between, like if you want, say for instance, if you wanted to use the baseball field or the pool, how is that different from if you wanted to use the PAC or if you wanted to use something else? And so, so if, there may very well be different rules and regulations around those different areas, and depending on what, liability and things like that, but it still should be simplified and so that people don't have to hunt for things. And if they have questions, they know who to ask, and they can see at any given time where they're, kind of like, like how we hope that our planning departments work in cities and whatnot. They don't always get it right either.
Right.
And Madam Chair, in terms of, could we look at what is the cost? Like, what are the usage fees for the PAC or fields or anything else that's outlined in this BP?
And is that something that we have anything to do with, or is it just a matter of us just,
No, the cost is actually the one thing that the board does approve. So when we bring on an annual basis, and we're not making any changes this year, so we're not bringing the district fee schedule to you this year, but the district fee schedule, which includes the fees that we charge students, the parking fees, parking fines, all of those things, the use of our facilities, those fees are also spelled out in that district fee schedule. So that is something that the Board of Trustees, anytime we would make a change to that, that has to come to the Board of Trustees for approval.
Okay, great. Well,
Bob, does the Civic Center Act, I thought it included language about what could be charged in the...
It does. You're absolutely right, Trustee Rios. It does, and in fact, if we've looked at the administrative procedure AP 6700 actually spells that out. So it says that if you're this type of user, you can be charged these costs associated with your use.
Hmm. Is there anything in any of this also that, I know that we have, that we always have the ability to say, that college comes first. If we need this space for student use or things like that, that we always get first dibs. But if there are any other tiers of groups or something that take priority or anything, if that's something that's ever addressed.
So I believe that is, I wish I could say I've memorized AP 6700. I have not, but I believe I believe that is addressed in this AP 6700 in terms of the types of organizations that can use our facilities and what we would charge them for that use of the facility.
Okay.
It is pretty much on a first come, first serve basis in most cases. We don't, except for our own use, we don't hold the facilities aside.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I think our next step could definitely be to bring it back next month and with a presentation, just kind of where we are now.
Right.
And then if you have opportunity to discuss some potential improvements, things like that between now and then, it would be great to go ahead and get that ball rolling. But and I know we're moving toward, new web options as well. So if there's anything we can do with our new technology options to streamline this, that would be fantastic.
That would be great. We'll put that together for our next meeting, your next meeting.
Does anyone else have any other questions or concerns, comments about this before we move on?
Yeah, President Baker, I know it's a requirement for an indemnification component in the policy. I saw that requirement, but just a little touch on as a kind of secondary issue, liability issues. The administration is thinking about, when they're renting out these facilities and those types of issues. I know that was particularly relevant, certainly as when we're in the height of the pandemic too.
And just in general, like what kind of insurance requirements we have.
Yeah, making sure, I think, that we're not taking on additional liability and we're having those bases covered.
Right.
My last, comment or question would be, is it out of scope to maybe get like a recap of what the uses has been in the past and some of that stuff when we have a report?
No, I think that's so what you're asking is statistics on how much our facilities were used and what kinds of uses. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. Type of use. Yes.
And then if we have waiting lists for people or anything like that, if there's a particular area that is just really, really the hot spot that everyone wants.
Trustee Baker,
yes.
Madam President, the charging stations, would those be, I've seen folks after hours use those that drive on campus. And
do we need to make those coin operated?
Well, interestingly enough, we're working with Marin Clean Energy. They have told us that they will donate some charging stations. There's a little bit of a cost to us, but once we make that switch, which will hopefully be before the end of this calendar year, we will be charging for the use of those charging stations.
Charging to charge.
Charging to charge, that's correct.
I like it. All right. Okay, so unless we have anything else, we move on. Let's see, my goodness, what do we have next? Student affairs. Are our students still with us? Because we have a resolution in support of the LGBTQ plus community that they have adopted. And then, I can't click on that. That's Catherine. I'm like, why is nothing happening?
I will open it. So the student club passed their resolution, and in their resolution, they requested that the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution and name the month of June as Pride Month and fly the flag. So this is your resolution.
Our resolution.
It's similar to the one you passed in 2019. The difference is the third LGBT certificate was added, or second, I believe. These are listed right here. Mm-hmm. And added is the month of June 2021 is Pride Month, and that the flag shall be flown during that month.
Absolutely. So are we resolved? Do we have a motion to resolve that the board recognizes the month of June 2021 as Pride Month?
Move for approval.
Pride
Trustee Iverson.
Second.
All right.
Seconding it.
Okay, so we have a first from Trustee Iverson and a second from Trustee DeLuna. And let's see, Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Goff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I will also vote aye, so we have a unanimous passing of our resolution and declaring June as Pride Month. So let's see, where are we now? I've gotten lost. We are contract for website. Yay! All right, let's do this.
Trustee Baker, I have no formal presentation for you because I have been at the last two board meetings and shared our plans for the new website. We have done quite a bit of research to make the recommendation that we'd like to work with Modern Campus, Omni CMS. It's what more than 50 colleges in the California college system are working with. And by far, everybody seems to be very happy with their services. Their customer service has been excellent so far. We've made the decision also to incorporate hosting into this contract so that we can host the website off-site, which I probably don't even need to explain why that's a grand idea. And this contract also includes the subcontract of a designer, Red Rooster, which is, they're an excellent designer. They've designed a number of community colleges in California and throughout the country, and they have worked with Modern Campus on a number of projects and really work well together and integrate and know the product. And so I present to you this contract, and I am certainly happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? And do we have any
questions? I'm just excited for the new website.
do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
All right. I just have one quick question. The dollar amount, because it says this is a multi-year contract, is that this is the dollar amount for this year, is that correct?
This is the dollar amount for the initial launch, which includes the design and the initial implementation, and then sorry, my child in the background, and then the being a working mom, and then the costs annually, or I'd have to open up the contract, but in the $27,000 range.
$28,000. Yep.
Thank you. And that includes the licensing and user fees and all of those pieces.
And hosting, yeah, great, perfect, awesome.
And so this contract is for the first year, and then it also includes year 2 and 3 at those lower costs.
Great. Does anyone have any questions, or if not, I will take a motion.
I'll just make one comment. Yeah, I'll second it, but I'll just a quick fight. But I'll just to correct. I mean, it's not just the abundance of community colleges in the state, but it's really throughout the country. I was checking out various of their other websites, and they're just really, really clean. I think that's the best way to describe it, and really easy to navigate.
Good to know we're in good hands.
Yes.
So you seconded. Who was it that gave us the first?
Rios.
Rios. All right. So we have a first from Rios and a second from John. So, Trustee DeLuna, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Dodd, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Goff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Iverson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Rios, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustee Baldini, how do you vote?
Aye.
Student Trustee Scholl, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Yay, we have a contract for web services.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Hanging in there with us.
Thank you. Begins.
Okay, so now we are on to board reports, standing committee and other appointment reports. Has DOS had any meeting, Kyle?
We have not met since the last one.
Alrighty. Viticulture and winery. Do we have a report on that? That's Baldini, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. We did meet. I was only able to attend part of the meeting. We did unanimously elect Molly Hudgkins as vice chair. And finances look good, and we'll meet soon. So a little update on the process of having a winery manager, a facilities manager that will be going forward. Thank you.
And Legislative Affairs Committee, Trustee Goff, did you have a meeting?
Yeah, we did not have a meeting because there wasn't much to discuss. I do want to update on you that the letter was sent in support of AB 927 for the baccalaureate program. And then I'm going to go ahead and throw it over back to Holly Dawson. She's busy tonight. Kind of give you an update on what's happening, because although we did not meet, things are happening and she's kind of keeping her hand on things to keep us up. So Holly, if you could give everybody the latest and greatest, that'd be wonderful.
Thank you, Trustee Goff. And this will be very brief because you've heard from me plenty this evening. You know the song, it's all about the base. Well, it's all about the budget. The May revision is required to be released by tomorrow. So we should be hearing more about that. And then there will be budget hearings on May 18th and 19th in the Senate, and then in the Assembly on the 19th. So that will be paying close attention to. In addition to the letter for AB 927, which was the baccalaureate degree, we also sent letters of support for AB 1072, Small Businesses Technical Assistance Public Contract Support, and AB 1573, Small Businesses Technical Assistant California Retention Program. Those were both on behalf of the request of SBDC. And finally, we also sent a letter of support for AB 102, College and Career Access Pathways Partnerships. That is something that we did discuss in our committee. We held off on taking a position because the committee felt that it wanted to focus its attention on AB 927, but with our college's focus on CCAP and the discussion we had this evening about the new contracts and the requests that we got from assembly members, we felt that it was important for us to also support that. The one other comment I wanted to make was about AB 927, that since it was originally introduced by Assemblyman Medina, Assemblymember Choi has also come on board as a co-sponsor, and Senator Dodd, Cuesto, and Wilk have signed on as co-authors. So we also have local support from our local senator. So thank you.
All right. Let's see, Audit and Finance, we have not met. And Real Property has not met. The McPherson, are you guys done, or do you have any final words?
We are done. I keep missing the big moments, so I missed the introduction of the winners tonight. But we are done for the year. I believe Dr. Sarah Parker, I'm sure, is going to continue working on this, and as well as Christine, because they put on the big show. So Dr. Parker, do you have anything to add as far as the McPherson Award tonight?
No, just to reiterate my invitation to the additional celebration next week on the 19th from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
Great. Thank you. That is all.
And foundation report. Do you have anything, Kyle?
We did hear from Holly, who reported for Jessica, but the big thing is our wine auction, and this is a big deal for us at the foundation. If you guys haven't gotten one of these, I will make sure that I get them to you, but the wine auction is May 19th through the 26th. So hopefully you guys will get on. There was some really good contributions to that. Also, the survey for strategic planning, everybody got that, so please respond on it.
Okay. And Catherine, I noticed there's a couple of reports missing from here. We've got the classified one, and also the steering committee for.
You're right. I'm sorry.
No. And I believe that's Trustee DeLuna for both of them. Do you have anything for either?
So the accreditation committee, we have not met since the last meeting, but the Ed Schenk recognition was a great process to be a part of, and the team was exceptional. And I just want to thank Oscar de Aro for wrangling us all in and organizing everything and helping us select an excellent candidate and recipient for that. So thank you.
The award committees are always the most fun. We need to have more awards throughout the year, so we have more fun. All right. Any future agenda items that anyone wants to bring?
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Hi. I want to make sure that, because we didn't really hear from Dr. Tejada, whether you would like to close that loop, Eileen?
Oh, I was planning on it, but we can do that right now. No.
Okay, I just wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure that it got it.
Absolutely. We can do that before we move to 7.2. Dr. Tejada, are you ready to go ahead and
I am. Thank you very much. I will pick up from where I was interrupted. Although the accreditation co-chairs held several trainings toward the end of the fall semester, for many writing teams, the work of researching and drafting the first responses to the standards did not begin in earnest until January 2021. With the first draft deadline of March 19 for many teams, the timeline and workload proved intense. There were more trainings, weekly meetings, and hours of research, correspondence, and writing and revising. Through both my observations as co-chair and my experiences serving as the faculty representative on 3 writing teams, I believe 30 to 40 hours of total work by mid-March is a reasonable estimation of the time commitment asked of each active writing team member. As the first draft deadline neared, writing team members began dropping out, citing schedule conflicts, exhaustion, personal issues, and other professional commitments. Altogether, we lost 4 faculty and 2 classified staff. They were not replaced. By the submission of the first draft, 7 faculty, other than myself, remained members of 14 ICER writing teams. 4 writing teams submitted their first drafts without a faculty member on a team. Standard 1A, Mission, 2B, Library and Learning Services, 3C, Technology Resources, and 3D, Financial Resources. In their current forms, our writing teams have persisted and done some great work. They have been thoughtful and diligent in responding to the standards, but nearly all teams submitted first drafts that were missing sections or were otherwise incomplete, and even those comparatively complete were in need of revision. Several teams submitted their drafts late, and as of this writing, 1 team has not yet submitted a draft. In some cases, these problems reflect the demands of a workload distributed inequitably across depleted writing teams. The tasks of finding evidence, analyzing evidence, drafting responses, analyzing drafts, revising drafts, and engaging in dialogue at each step fell on the shoulders of shorthanded teams. Robust faculty participation could have been helped with the workload. But more to the point, as a result, several sections of the ICER lack significant faculty input and perspective. For example, teams 1A, Mission, and Standard 3D, Financial Resources, both lost faculty co-chairs of planning and budget teams, in the second Standard 2B, Library and Learning Services, and Standard 3C, Technology Resources, both lost the chair of the Educational Technology Committee, while Standard 3C, Technology Resources, further lost our Computer Studies faculty. As of this writing, feedback from the co-chairs and follow-up meetings with writing teams has been largely completed, and work on the second drafts is underway. Again, in several cases, faculty will not be a part of the second draft. Just yesterday, another faculty member who had persisted to this point informed me that they will not be able to participate in additional revisions or writing due to their increasing workload. Regardless of whatever comes in by May 21st, second draft deadline, faculty participation will have been incomplete. Furthermore, In addition to the responses to the standards, there will be little to no faculty input on conclusions and improvement plans for these standards addressed by teams missing faculty members. According to the attached timeline, the completed draft ICER is due to the Accreditation Steering Committee for review in August. In anticipation of this, the co-chairs have scheduled a third draft phase to be conducted in June and July, during which the second draft will be revised and completed. The quality focus essay drafted and the evidence embedded into the ICER. This updated timeline has been shared with the Accreditation Steering Committee. The details of this June-July third draft schedule and activities have not been worked out, nor has the issue of compensation for this anticipated summer activities been discussed. This is only true of fall 2021 as well. My own contract as faculty co-chair covers the current semester only. Fall semester, according to our timeline, will include revisions based on the Accreditation Steering Committee's feedback, as well as activities and revisions based on review by the campus community and the Board of Trustees. Board approval of the final draft of the ICER is anticipated December 9th, 2021. Signed, Dr. Jim McGowan, First Vice President of the Academic Senate, Faculty Co-Chair of the Accreditation Steering Committee. The accreditation, according to Title V, Section 53200C, number 7, the accreditation process falls under the 10+1, and the Policy Revision Task Force last summer wrote both a policy and an administrative procedure that was initially approved by the Senate and is sitting with the President's office for collegial consultation and to be put through mutual agreement. Further, because of the demands of the committee work and an outlined online and remote teaching, faculty co-chairs on the writing teams needed the reassigned time to do the work of writing the ICER and to participate in the training and evidence gathering for the document. The Napa Valley College faculty is fully committed to the accreditation process. However, because of the faculty co-leads in the writing teams do not have the time to write and continue to work on the ICER, I am open to the remedy that we suggested at the beginning of this process, myself and my colleague, Professor Christy Iwamoto, to please give the faculty co-chairs, co-team leads on the ICER reassigned time. It continues to be a privilege and honor to serve the Napa Valley College faculty in my capacity as Napa Valley College Academic Senate President to ensure and further the success of our students. I just want to note, I'm finished. That concludes my report. I want to note and mark that this is the second time in my tenure and I'm sure it won't be the last given the tone of this board, that a white male on the Board of Trustees disrespects me and tries to silence me or says or calls me out of my name. I just wanted to say that as a woman of color, of African descent, it is duly noted that the behavior of the men on this board is racist. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Tejada, for your report. And if I may say respectfully, I'm sorry that you feel that way. And I understand that that is your experience and your perspective. Again, I'm sorry you feel that way. I did not feel that this evening's comments were in any way any kind of reflection upon your skin color. It was simply the fact that we were taking a lot of time on the reports and we had a very long agenda. And I would like to ask that your future reports, if they're going to be lengthy, if you could please provide them in writing and we could have them attached to the agenda ahead of time for review. And then we would be more than happy to ask questions and have you point out anything that in particular that you would like to bring to our attention. So really do appreciate you, especially staying with us to the end of our meeting to complete your report. So moving on to 7.2. Let's see, future agenda items. Do we have anything that anyone would like to bring for a future agenda item? We've got public use of facilities. We just started that this evening, so we're on it. And our other two items are still TBD. Anything new? Crickets.
Madam President, Trustee Baldini, I'd like to see as we move towards the fall that we have a refresh on for the trustees as far as a tour of the facilities, what's going on, what's working, what's not, as far as the different departments and just a campus tour, if you will, just to understand how the students are, and as faculty and administration and classified are all handling the changes back to the new normal, if you will.
Yeah, actually, I like that idea. In fact, I know that, I don't know when it was, a couple of years ago, maybe, that we did the kind of the audit of the facilities use audit. And we have been moving kind of forward on with that. But now that things have kind of turned upside down and we're moving forward, knowing what we know about our options for distance learning, etc., maybe it's time to revisit that. And we could include a tour. That would be fun.
Yes.
All right, let's do it. Anybody else have anything that any concerns or objections to that? Nope. All right. So anything else that anybody would like to bring forward?
I had asked about having a board member on the Equity and Inclusivity Committee. I don't know if that's been talked about, but if we could get, just as a new board member, maybe a report from them at some point. I know that we have a new director coming on, and it's fine if it doesn't happen right away, but I just, as a new board member, I would like to know a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I agree, and I've brought that up once or twice as well, and we've been kind of delaying it, waiting for our new senior director to come on board. In fact, I believe that there is room on the that committee for community members as well, which I don't think have ever been filled. And so, if it's not deemed appropriate for a board member to be on that committee, perhaps we can include a community member and then have those individuals report to the board. And I know we're also planning on discussing that at our board retreat this summer, so that we can kind of come up with a game plan for how we want to move forward on some of these issues. And
I'll have a update in June for you with Dr. Oh my good, I'm so used to calling her Patricia. Munsami, Dr. Munsami and team recall that this is a district committee, the inclusivity DEI committee. So we're going to rework it. We'll be working on vision, mission, and also the structure of it and the participants in it. So it should be a very exciting time, and we'll have a good update for you. It's a great conversation, and I think we should be able to get at it, all of it. And I think it was Trustee DeLuna, right, who asked? Yeah, good. Well, I'll have an update with Dr. Munsami next time. So, I don't know why I'm having such an issue with her name tonight. I'm so frustrated. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right, so we've got a couple of things to add to our docket here. If anything, unless anyone else has anything, we can move on to trustee and board chair reports. So let's see, Trustee DeLuna, do you have any report this month?
I love the end of the school year because there's so many different events that we get to participate in, and I was able to go to the virtual STEMposium, and I was just amazed by all the student projects, the questions that everybody was asking. I was in awe, so I wasn't able to ask a ton of questions, and I wanted to get to all of them as much as I could. So I just want to commend Luis Alcázar and the whole team for their show, I guess. I don't know what to call it, but everything they did was just amazing. So congratulations. And then I also participated in the transfer ceremony, and that was incredible as well. It was really nice to see. I was watching the chat as the professors were saying the names and everything, and it was just so nice to see all the comments from the students thanking their professors, and just the excitement of their next steps was great. And also the virtual high school luncheon, that I have to say was very enjoyable. It was nice as a new board member to meet, at least virtually, more staff and learn about everything that we're doing. And also, I have to say that Jolie Sinclair was amazing. She needs her own TV show or something, but she was awesome, and she just made it so fun. So it was easy for the time to go by, and I didn't want it to end. So thank you.
Okay, Trustee Dodd, do you have a report?
I wasn't going to say anything, but I feel like I have to respond to Dr. Tejada's an academic faculty's comment. I'm hurt, and I find it terribly offensive to call me racist because I'm a white male. From my perspective, Chair Baker really captured exactly why I asked her presentation to be tabled. We were running up against 30 minutes. We had lots of people waiting. We lost Jessica Thompson, I believe, because she had to cut out early to take care of her family. I wanted to be respectful. That's it. She had her opportunity to present. I was very happy to hear. I would have stayed longer if she needed to. But that was the purpose of the motion. I kind of lost for words. I've never been called that my entire life. But I just wanted to make that note. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And let's see, Trustee Iverson, do you have a report?
I was really going to mention the whole foundation wine auction again, but I like.
You already did that.
I know, I can't plug it anymore. Please do the survey though for the strategic planning, and I also am hurt at Dr. Tejada's comments. I've actually never been called that either, so I'm at a loss of words. It's still unsettling, so it was no disrespect to Dr. Tejada. It was moving the meeting along so that everybody could get through their reports. So thank you, Trustee Dodd, for speaking up.
And Trustee Goff, do you have a report?
No, I just want to put forth my support for Trustee Dodd. It's a shame that there was such good information there that is now lost. When you make an accusation like that, especially now, just to throw it out there because you don't like something, it's unsettling. So I feel badly too. I'm not quite sure where to take this. So not a great way to end a meeting, but that's the way it is. So we'll try again next month, I guess.
Yeah. Trustee Rios, do you have anything to report?
I don't have a report, but I also wanted to comment, as I've been sitting here since Dr. Tejada's comments, kind of unsettled. I found it extremely offensive myself to be called a racist, and I didn't see anything in what transpired tonight as racist that I am still having a difficult time with it. So I wasn't sure I should say anything, but I think I'm going to continue to feel this way if I don't say and express how offended I was with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right.
I know I'm new, but can I say something really quick? I'm just wondering if the board has participated in a diversity, inclusivity, or implicit bias, any kind of trainings or self-evaluation in the past, or if that's something that we could maybe do at our board retreat, or even look at or talk about, I think, in a different context, I guess, when maybe emotions aren't so high.
I don't think that that's a bad idea. I think that that could actually be a good way to start some conversations. I think it would be worthwhile to make certain that we have the right people in the room, because it's hard to have a conversation about someone's opinions of something. I mean, we all have our opinions, we all have our experiences, and then throwing accusations around just doesn't get us anywhere. And so, I mean, if we have, I think that I don't know. It would be definitely worth exploring. I mean, all of us, every single one of us is a work in progress, and we can always make ourselves better and more attuned to our surroundings. And we're all learning all the time. But I think we need to, all of us, try to listen and continue to listen, because unfortunately, Dr. Tejada has already left us. So, yeah, we will add that to our agenda. And Mr. Baldini, do you have a report?
No report, other than I too am unsettled and reflective on the events that have transpired. It's hurtful and
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is totally inappropriate. I mean, just to be candid, I think that what we have here is nothing to do with racism. What we have here is a broken relationship with our academic senate president, and I think that that is what needs to be addressed before we. I mean, in addition, I should say, to DEI, I think that that is where we need to be focusing, because this is not a healthy relationship, and we need to have a healthy relationship with our academic senate, and that starts with our president. So I will see if anyone smarter than me has some ideas for how we might do that. Student trustee Scholl, to the bitter end, sir, do you have anything to report or say to us before you just ride off into the sunset?
I too am very shocked and appalled that a staff member higher up would issue such a statement and then just completely abandon the meeting before anyone has a chance to respond. As a student and someone who I guess now is viewing this from the outside after this statement, that just is a very large issue to me, especially for such a large claim, which she posted to all white males. That's just very shocking, unsettling, and just disturbing to me. And is not how I wanted to end my term as a student trustee. However, on a brighter note, I would like to thank you all again for the opportunity that I've been given. And thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Again, very excited to hopefully meet you 2 weeks from Saturday. And as a political science major, you're going to have to learn to take some heat. All right. So, do I have...
What's that, Will?
I said I hope it's warranted next time.
Well, it isn't always, unfortunately. But all right. Do I have a report? I also went to the NVC Symposium, which was, my husband was like, what the heck are you doing? I described it as a college science fair on steroids. And it was truly awesome. I also popped in and out of a bunch of different things. My favorite one was some kids that, adults. I'm going to be 50 in 2 weeks. You're all kids, damn it.
So we have, there was somebody who built a cloud chamber, which allowed you to see radiation in our atmosphere and even in your home. And you only needed like some very simple things to do. And one of the simple things that you needed was dry ice. And like 2 days later, we got a shipment of some vegan chicken nuggets that had dry ice. I was like, oh my God, we have to get that assignment so we can do it ourselves. So we're going to have to, unfortunately, the dry ice disappeared before we found it. So next time. And speaking of vegan food, the vegan filet mignon at the high school luncheon was fantastic. So thank you. And yes, I agree 100%. Jolie Sinclair needs a TV show. Thank you all for staying till 10:05. Unless you really want to go back into closed session, I don't think we have anything. So have a good rest of your evening. We are sorry. Future meeting, our next meeting is going to be on June 10th. That's our next regular meeting, and I hope to see a bunch of you 2 weeks from Saturday. We are adjourned now, still at 10:05 p.m.
Thank you.